said skill top.
Thanks for tuning in. If you're watching on YouTube, be sure to hit the subscribe button to stay up to date on all our latest video content. If you're watching on LocalGov TV, be sure to visit their website to see all of the content made for you by your local governments. Alamance County is pleased to present the Alamance County Commissioners Meeting.
They're due.
Not today.
Bill, are you the chairman? Call the meeting to order. I have the privilege of doing the invocation and the pledge. So if all bow our heads. Our Heavenly Father, we thank you for this opportunity as commissioners to represent these citizens and the entire county. We appreciate the ability to do what we feel is best for the county, and we pray that you guide us, direct us, and help us make those correct decisions. Please bless this meeting. We ask in Christ's name, amen.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We have 3 items that we need to move to amend the agenda. First is, and I'm very, very, very pleased to move that we amend the agenda to allow the police academy and Chad Laws, who I see in the back, to make a presentation. That would be number 1. Number 2 and 3, Mr. Stevens, I think you have those closed sessions.
That's correct, and I'll make those motions later on, but we've moved to amend the agenda to add 2 closed sessions, one for economic development, one for consulting with the board on litigation.
All right, and that's my motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
In discussion, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
It's unanimous. Thank you. Okay. I only see one name on the public speakers. And that is Jamie McGritt. Is it McGirt? I think you're right.
Is she in the other room, maybe? There's people in there.
Do we have folks in the other room?
Oh, yes, all over there.
No. There is a, okay, they have a phone number. Are they dialing in?
No, they're not.
All right. Going once, going twice. Thank you. Okay, we have two proclamations.
You don't need to approve the agenda as amended.
Mr. Carter's correct. We had no, we voted on that to amend the agenda.
Voted on the amendment, so we don't need to vote on the agenda as amended.
I don't think so.
I thought that was the vote we just took.
Okay.
So do I.
Mistaken, okay.
Correct. Okay, we have two proclamations. The first is Human Resource Professional Day. Cheryl Ray.
We think we have 5 individuals that are gonna come up. What would you like?
I'm sorry.
The proclamation, are you reading or am I reading?
Uh,
You tell me.
We're gonna do a couple of things. And because I'm with Kane, and hopefully, by the way, I'm now walking around inside my office and home and so forth without the cane in its entirety. So my ribs are improving and I'm getting much, much better. And physical therapy gave me their last hurrah today. So that's all good. If you don't mind, I'm gonna let you read it. Please, ma'am.
I'm gonna nominate Melinda Airy to read it. She
All
helped
right.
craft it.
Would you please come forward?
Copywriter.
Thank you.
May I grab my reading glasses, please?
The grade is after the no.
First of all, thank you very much for this honor of standing before you all tonight. So the Alamance County Board of Commissioners Proclamation, Human Resources Professionals Day 2023. Whereas human resources, HR professionals, provide critical services in both public and private organizations, agencies, and businesses throughout Alamance County. And whereas these professionals help employers and employees adapt to an ever-changing and competitive work environment while responding to workplace needs and economic challenges. And whereas dedicated HR professionals from across Alamance County are committed to identifying and addressing the HR issues that affect the people of our county. And whereas Alamance County HR professionals strive to review and discuss with their local government representatives the HR issues facing Alamance County employers and employees. And whereas public recognition of human resources professionals underscores their role as a valuable service, not only by making them more visible, but by lending assurance to all Alamance County employees that they will receive the support they need and deserve in all aspects of employment. And whereas the County of Alamance recognizes the importance of human resources professionals in our county and encourages people to learn more about the career opportunities available in human resources. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, the Alamance County Board of Commissioners, do hereby proclaim September 26th, 2023 as Human Resources Professionals Day in Alamance County.
And we thank you.
Thank
Board,
you.
we have the vote for this resolution. I make the motion. Does someone second my
Second.
motion?
Second motion.
We have motion and a second. Any further discussion? Just want to say thank you, thank you. You guys do such a remarkable job, and we appreciate it both countywide and with our professionals that are here in this room and serve us every day as well. we thank you.
Thank you. It's
a All right. privilege. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? It's unanimous. Thank you. Madam Clerk, is this our copy or is that their copy? Their copy. If you'll come back forward. Thank you. Next, my good friend and buddy, Chad Laws. I can say that, I think, because his dad talked me into coaching soccer for 18, girls soccer, 18 seasons, girls softball for 10 consecutive years, and boys soccer and for less years, and boys baseball. So I think your dad's my friend.
Yes, sir. Good evening, Commissioners. I believe our group's going to be making their way in from the overflow room. While they're coming in, I want to thank you all for the opportunity to showcase some recent graduates of our 2023 Junior Police Academy. Sergeant Justin Jolly with the Burlington Police Department, who's one of the coordinators of the Academy, could not be here tonight due to illness. So I'm going to give you a brief overview of the program and, more importantly, let you hear directly from some of the graduates about their own personal experiences. So we'll start with a photo of our 2023 JPA class. I think we have about 13 out of 27 graduates represented here tonight. Not all of the graduates could be here due to sports practices and parents' work obligations and other family matters, but we have a pretty good showing tonight from our recent class. So the Junior Police Academy program is a youth crime prevention strategy. It was developed by the Burlington Police Department back in 1996 with the mission of providing middle school adolescents social skills intended to make them more productive students and members of our community. So that's our goal. We're trying to help them be good citizens in our community and lead successful lives. So our cadets undergo a very structured, very well-disciplined 4-week training program. It happens during the month of July each summer. You can kind of see there on the screen some of the focus of a lot of the activities that we do in the academy, focusing on self-discipline, respect, responsibility, a lot of the basic character traits that one is going to need in order to be a productive citizen in our community. So we help them try to build up their self-esteem, work on anger and stress management, conflict resolution. So many of the things that they have trouble with, either in school or at home, we're trying to help them to deal with those problems and give them some skills and some other resources that are available to help them with those issues. We focus on decision making and making good decisions, substance abuse prevention, dangers of social media and internet safety, which is a big thing these days. We want to make sure that they're safe online. And then we also have a focus on community service, giving back to the community, and I'll bring that up in just a moment as to why that is so important for our cadets. Again, I want to keep this brief just to talk just a little bit about the selection process. Referrals for the academy come in a lot of different ways. We get them from school staff. ABSS is one of our partners in this program. Our SROs have folks that they identify, students that they identify throughout the year. Parents contact us, and even we have students that will go to the SRO and say, hey, I've heard about this program, I think I'm interested in it, or they may have known someone who also has been involved with it previously. The candidates must be a rising 7th, 8th, or 9th grader for the upcoming school year, so that typically puts our cadets anywhere from age 11 to 14 while they're going through the program. They have to be interviewed along with their parents by our staff to determine their interest in the program, whether they're going to be committed to it, and how cooperative they and their family are going to be. Our JPA staff selects the cadets, and then the parents and the cadets have to sign a commitment contract sort of saying what they agree to in terms of going through the program, and they have to have a sports physical in order to participate in the academy. How the academy works in terms of its operation. The first week, some of you are well aware, we take them to the North Carolina Justice Academy in Salemburg, North Carolina. pretty much in the middle of nowhere. There's not much distraction there on that campus, and so it allows us the opportunity to get their full attention and get them focusing on themselves and away from all the negative influences that they might have in their community here. So that's a great experience for them. They get to room with other cadets and get to meet new people from other schools and just form that bond during that first week of the academy. The other 3 weeks of the academy are conducted, pretty much our home base is the Burlington Fire and Police Training Center, which is located in Haw River. The neat thing about this program is it is a county-wide effort. We have several law enforcement agencies involved in the program. Like I said, the school system is a partner with it as well, because that's where we get a lot of our referrals from. So we got, obviously, the Burlington Police Department serves as the administrative agency for the program, and they oversee all aspects of the program, including the funding piece or financial piece. We got Graham Police Department, Alamance County Sheriff's Office, as well as Mebane Police Department that are all involved in the program. So that allows this program to serve all of the middle schools within Alamance County. So it truly is a county-wide effort. The community, the program is largely funded upon community donations. So there's a lot of organizations, there's a lot of individuals and businesses that donate food for meals during the course of the academy, all kinds of other supplies, right down to the supplies that we'll need or the cadets will need for that first week in Salemburg. So there's all kinds of different things that the community helps to provide to the program so that it can be operated each and every year. Obviously, the personnel cost and transportation cost are funded by the agencies that are involved in the program. So some of the things that we do, just quickly here, drill and ceremony. Some of you are well aware of what that is, and you've seen that taking place. We do physical training to emphasize the importance of exercise and staying healthy. All of this helps the cadets develop self-discipline and teamwork. Like I mentioned, they work on community service projects. That gives them a chance to give back to the community who has help them as far as putting on this program and giving them what they need. We feel like it's important for them to also give back, to totally understand the importance there of that community support. So we have a lot of community partnerships like the Burlington Sock Puppets, Grandmaster Lee at Lee Brothers Taekwondo. All of those, we have lots of different community partnerships, which gives the cadets a chance to participate in special events throughout the academy and learn about some of the other available resources that we have here in our county. So the 4-week academy concludes with a formal graduation ceremony. I know several of the commissioners have attended that graduation ceremony, so you kind of have seen what that's like and how proud the cadets are and their parents are, which, by the way, we have a lot of parent representation here as well from the cadets tonight, or the graduates. And then during the course of the next school year, the cadets are mentored by officers at their schools and other JPA staff to kind of see how they're doing and try to keep them on track. And we get them back together and do group outings where they can, participate with one another, because a lot of them don't see one another. Like if one cadet goes to Hallfields and then another one goes to Western, they may not see one another really throughout the school year. So we feel like it's important to get them back together because they do form quite a bond during that 4-week program. So on the county's website, can't get that to advance. Can you advance the slide for me there? Thank you. On the county's website, the video has been posted, the highlights video. It was also playing in the room here as everyone entered. That's the 2023 highlights video. That's something that the cadets always look forward to, and I would encourage anyone to please have a look at that video. If you want to see more about the activities that the cadets are involved in, it gives you a great overview of that, and you can really see them participating, in the different types of activities. And then the last slide is just a way to, if someone would like additional information about the program, it's the contact information for Sergeant Jolly at the Burlington Police Department. So, and I'm sure that'll be posted to the website, this presentation, so that folks can get that information. So, without further ado, I would like to have the cadets come up one by one, and they're going to introduce themselves to you guys and then tell you something about the program that they enjoyed or that they really took away from the program and what benefited them. And then if you have any questions, I'm sure they would be glad to answer those as well. Are there any questions for me before I turn it over to the cadets? Because that's what's most important.
Just want to thank you for your dedication to this program. It's such a great opportunity for these individuals.
Thank you. And I want to recognize some other folks that we have here that are staff members of the program. From the Sheriff's Office, we have Deputy Jason Bennett, Deputy Jake Peterson. We also have Officer Michael Juarez from Burlington Police Department. And I don't know if there's any other officers that might be in the background there, but I want to thank them for being here to represent our agency and their agencies as well. Thank you, sir.
And I'd like to also say, my wife taught for 42 years in the Alamance Burlington school system. Mr. Carter's wife taught for 27 years. And both of our wives have reported to us, as we personally have seen as commissioners, the tremendous growth that you guys, and guys does not mean male or female. I don't care whether you're male or female, all of you guys standing on the back row can gain in those 4 weeks. And my wife and I and Steve's wife and Steve have all seen personally tremendous gains that you can gain through this program and have gained. And I'm just very, very appreciative to all the law enforcement agencies and everyone and you cadets. Thank you.
Okay, so we'll have them come up one at a time. Zaire, you can start us off. And then, did you want to get a photo afterward?
If you don't mind. Yeah,
Okay,
that'd be
so
great.
we'll just have them go
We'll
right
have you
along
guys
the
line
front.
up here and we'll just stand behind you.
Okay, all right. So after you finish, if you'll just go down the line.
My name is Zaire Wiley, and one thing that I liked from the JPA Academy was the physical training, because not only did it help me physically, it helped me mentally and build up my self-esteem.
My name's Tyler Rice, and I like the physical training because it helped physically.
Thank you.
My name is Aiden Jones, and the best thing that I like was probably the physical training.
My name is Kate Florence, and probably the physical training.
Before you speak, if you will, starting on the far end, tell us which school you're from.
I'm from Broadview, but now I go to Cummings.
I'm from Turnstile, but now I go to Williams.
Excellent. Thank you.
My name is Jalen Lewis, and the best thing I liked about JPA was the physical training, and it taught me a lot of discipline.
And which school? Very good. I like it.
My name is Chase Taylor, and I'm from Western Middle, and I like the physical training.
Got some in-shape folks here tonight.
My name is Peyton Jones, and I
You
like
can-
the
you
physical
can pull it
training.
up.
You can pull it.
My name is Peyton Jones, and I like the physical training.
Which school?
Turnstile Middle.
Thank you. Guys, at this point, you have to tell us which school.
My name is Brandon Sills, and the best part for me was the food.
I'm Anthony Montanino, and I liked how much I improved. I go to Alamance, Excellis Academy.
Thank you.
I'm Skylar Thornton, and I mostly like the physical training, and I'm from Graham Middle School.
Excellent. I'm going to ask you to move one shot to your left. Your left. Yeah, thank you.
My name is Tashiel Dawkins. I come from Graham Middle, who got transferred to now going to Woodlawn. I like how it taught me responsibility.
Very good.
My name is Abby Ramirez, and I really liked when we went to Salemburg. I really liked the rock climbing, and Salemburg taught me a lot. It was a week, really tough week.
Thank you.
My name is Shayla Allis. What I liked about the JPA was that the drilling ceremony, it taught me discipline and how to march.
Very good.
That's everyone? Excellent. Thank you.
I'm going to request that law enforcement come forward with these guys. And we're going to cheat. We're going to stay here. Okay, for photographs, we probably need to move everybody kind of in. So, just come right here. You're fine.
They like you.
Why don't we do, guys, move in front of these officers, and we'll do 2 rows.
There you go.
Young man on the front row, just tell him you think big. Did someone take one for the county?
I'll share.
Thank you, appreciate it. Guys, thank you. Sir, appreciate
When? Is there gonna be food there? Oh, never mind. When are we going? What time? I'll go today.
Chad, thank you so much for doing this. It means a lot to have every aspect of law enforcement involved with these young people, and I want to thank the parents for allowing your children to go, because it's not, you don't know what's going to happen down there, and it's a big deal, and I guarantee you guys grew just as much as they did. I just can't thank this problem. I just wish this was a curriculum in the school system for kids, for all kids, because it just builds them so much, and I'm just so thankful. So thank you guys.
Thank you.
He's not here. Let me make one more statement. As Officer Lieutenant Laws said earlier, the video from the police academy will be on our site, and you can connect from there. You can from the Burlington Police Department site as well. And it's about a half an hour video, and it's really tremendous. It's well worth, it's much better than anything you'll see for a half an hour on TV, I assure you. So, and additionally, I understand, Ms. York, that Mr. Carter's provided a picture of all 27 cadets, and if we could post that somewhere downstairs, then it'll be available to the public for the next 2 or 3 weeks. Thank you.
Give it to Tori.
And again, thank you to the law enforcement, Sheriff Johnson, who backs this as well, and to all the cadets. tremendous learning experience, and the parents. Okay, consent agenda.
Motion to approve. Second.
Any discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? It's unanimous. Thank you. Mr. Stevens, do you have a copy of the motion that's coming up next? Oh, Ms. York, do you have that?
I think I have it.
I'm not sure that the motion is necessarily coming up. I think the board wanted to hear what's being proposed first, and then I made those available in case there's any desire to follow up after that.
I just want my copy that I left in my office.
I understand. We'll try to get that to you.
Thank you, appreciate it. Okay,
I've got a copy over here, John.
all right. Mr. Hook, I think you're next. Thank you, sir. Mr. Stevens, I've got it. Thanks.
Chairman, Mr. Paisley, Board of Commissioners, I'm here tonight to give you an update on our current roofing projects and also end that with a request to move forward with some more roofing projects. So the first one, I have a slide that mentions the Woodlawn project. That project is essentially complete. We're doing some punch list items there and cleaning up, but that roof is on and it's in good shape and it's keeping the water out at Woodlawn. The next one, Graham Middle School, that design is complete. The certificate of review has been issued by DPI. We've already advertised for bids and had our pre-bid meeting at the site, and we'll have a bid opening hopefully on September 27th. The next one, Hall River, we're awaiting our certificate of review from DPI. The engineering company has to submit everything to DPI and resolve any questions from their engineers before we can move forward. As soon as that's done, we hope to advertise for bids before September's over, do a pre-bid meeting in early October, and then go out to bid sometime mid to late October. The next one, Graham High School roofing project. The engineers still have to go out on site and do some core sampling. That's where they cut into the roof to determine how many layers are in the roof, what kind of layers are there, and what the decking is like beneath, and also do some asbestos testing there. Then they'll submit their 90% complete plans to DPI for review, and then I have some timelines here for bidding, and we hope to get that bidding complete in early November. The last one, Southern Alamance High School, it's the same as the last one. They're still doing some on-site work there, the engineers checking the composition of the roofs, doing some asbestos testing, and then they'll do the final submission to DPI for the certificate of review, and we hope to get that one bid in January. The next thing I have for you, I had mentioned to our Board of Education and in the OSC meeting about changing from requesting what we would view as the full budget amount for roof projects or other projects, and just moving forward requesting the amount to put the projects in design. So that's what I have here for 3 more roof projects, and these would have been on the what we were calling the unfunded list, or the next top 10. But there is water coming in all of these roofs currently. So I have the Western Middle Roofing Project. The cost to do the design work through contract documents is $108,855. B. Everett Jordan, $52,500, and Western High Roofing Project, $140,625. The reason I specify design through contract documents, that amount does not include the amount that we would want to, in the end, pay the engineering firm to manage the project, to host the bidding, and help us to do background checks on the bidders, but then also do weekly checks on all these projects as they go about. So what we'd like to do is request $301,980 to put each of these into design. And then once the designs are complete, right now it's taken 6 to 8 months to get things out of design. Once the designs are complete, then we'd like to work with the engineering company to get a more accurate budget price and then come back to the Board of Commissioners and the Board of Education to request funding to support getting those out to bid.
Can I ask you a question, just
Yes,
real
ma'am.
quick? All of these, like Western Middle, BJ, Western Alamance High School, are those like patching, or is that the whole thing done? Because I know we kept patching and patching, Cummins and Broadview, the membranes were broken, we ended up having to do the whole thing, lawsuit, everything. Is that gonna be like this, or is it gonna be a roof?
These are roofs, and I'll clarify what that means. For example, at Western Middle, there are parts of the facility that have metal roof
Okay.
or a reasonably new flat roof on them. So this is for the remainder of the roofs at Western Middle, which I would just characterize as the old part of the building.
So it won't be like, here's the new one, and here's the old one, and we got this little line right here that
No,
could
no, ma'am.
possibly fall through.
No, ma'am. And I have a picture if you'd like to see it.
What you tell me, I'm good.
But it's, the way they look at the roofs are sections, so you wouldn't join a section with a seam.
Gotcha.
But you might have a high section and a low section, an upstairs and a downstairs that could be considered separate sections. But for Western Middle, it's everything that was the original part of the building. That would all receive a new roof.
Okay.
For B. Everett Jordan, it's everything that was the original part of the building. That would receive a new roof.
Okay.
And then for Western High School, there are some sections that have reasonably new roofs. The cafeteria has a brand new roof from the bond. And then some of the tech areas right by the cafeteria have new roofs from the bond. And then the auditorium has a reasonably new roof. And the small gym, the auxiliary gym, but all the other sections at Western High School do not. So this would include
So the new
designing all of
parts
those.
are their own entities. They're not lined up with like skip, put on, skip, put on. Do you see what I'm just wanting to make sure the
Yes.
whole thing is covered, so there's no part in there that is gonna leak.
Well, if we currently have something that's within the 20-year warranty, we would not put it into this design unless we had some issues with that roof. And currently, we do not.
Okay, great.
Anything else?
No, I just hate leaks.
Okay. Mr. Turner?
A few questions, Mr. Hook. First of all, related to the roofing projects that are going out to bid now. Those are funded, right?
Yes.
Fully funded?
The first four I've showed are funded.
Okay. So is there any, I mean, I know that the different roofs are in different phases because there's some work that you're still doing on those. Is there any way to move those bids up? I mean, you know, we're looking at January for Southern Alamance. Is there a way to get that closer in line with, you know, mid-October or the November issue, just so we can get these things done a little quicker?
We could try. You can submit for a certificate of review from DPI
Right.
and go ahead and put it out to bid. If the engineers at DPI were to find something that they really questioned, and normally they don't,
Yeah.
but if they did, it could change the design of the roof, and then you'd have to go back and change the bid documents. So that's kind of why you have to wait for the certificate of review. That would be best for everyone. But I just asked the engineering company the same thing. Can you go ahead and put them out to bid? And you can. We can accelerate, but you can't begin construction until the bids are until the designs are complete and you have that certificate of review. Once you start, you don't want to do something with that roof. So you could accelerate it somewhat, I think.
I mean, I think it makes sense that we try to accelerate
Yes, sir.
as much as we can, just to, you know, get these things moving. They're funded, they're out there, the design is complete. So then moving to the other three roofs. So this is just a request for design. Was the design a part of the roofs that are going up for bid in the next few months?
Yes, when the funds were requested from the school system for the four other roofs, like Hall River,
Right.
what was pushed into that was the amount for the design and for the management of the bidding and the management of the project and for the amount of the construction of the new roof. So it was one lump sum. And I think what happened there is Dr. Thorpe had to come back and ask for more funding at different times because things were going up in price while things were being designed. So what I'm trying to do is prevent coming back multiple times. I know I have to come back at least one more time to ask for the amount to put it out to bid, but I feel like that's a little bit safer, and it doesn't tie up capital as much as either.
How is the design different? I mean, I've heard some people say, you know, it's you can just get a roofing company to come out there and tell you what you need to do. I mean, and that's a much less expensive process. So, I mean, are we talking about different things? Give me an idea of what it is when you talk about roof design.
Okay.
What does that mean?
Well, for example, the Graham Middle roof. This would be what we're calling Phase 2 at Graham Middle.
Yeah.
The Phase 1 was funded a few years ago. For Phase 2, that includes the gym building and everything connected to the gym building, and also the 2-story building that's directly behind it, which is some classrooms and the arts and that kind of classrooms. So when you look at those buildings, they have two layers of roof on them already. And so what's required is...
What does that mean? What does that mean? Two layers?
They have one roof and then another roof was put on top. And once you have that situation, then we're required by code and DPI to take both layers off and go all the way down to the metal decking. So we have to go through that and take all that off. That's has to be designed because you want to make sure you put the right kind of roof back. And then the other piece I had on my slide was they have to do asbestos testing, because you find quite frequently asbestos was in everything years ago. And if that's the case, then they have to do asbestos abatement along with taking the roof off. So for example, on the Graham Middle roof, it's a very complex roof. If you go up on Graham Middle's roof right now, even on sections that were done just a couple of years ago, people call it pooling. You can stand over and look at the other roof, and it looks like little swimming pools all over the roof because the roof is not quite flat, and that's not desirable. So in this particular roof at Graham Middle School, the way that it's been designed this time, they're going to take all the current roof off, go down to the decking, put a membrane down, and then they're going to put, they call it lightweight. It's basically a concrete cellulose mix, and they spray it on. And then it's engineered to have an insulation layer, like a foam pieces of insulation down in that lightweight. And then they spray more lightweight on, and then they put a membrane on top. So engineered and designed, all of that, plus all the corners, when you get to the corners and how you would do the edges, all that, the engineers have to dictate that. So if you just called someone and said, hey, come put a roof on there, it wouldn't work.
All right. So, I mean, is it fair to say you're breaking these roof projects up into two necessary phases, Phase 1 design, Phase 2 implementation?
Well, no, like at Graham Middle, I think they came back and asked for a limited amount of funds a few years ago to do 2 buildings. And then they came back for this, prior to me coming, to do these 2 buildings. Okay. They could have, several years ago, said, let's do it all at one time and ask for the larger amount, which is what we're doing at like Western Middle. So, so the 2 phases would be, we're doing different sections at different times.
Okay, but within the phase that you're talking about now, you're talking about breaking that project up into one design. Once that's done, then the implementation of whatever that design shows.
Yeah, but that would all be one phase.
And if this is approved tonight, when do you get moving? I mean, is it a bid process for the design itself, or is that already lined up, or what does that look
Well,
like?
we have a bid date out there for the first 4 roofs, because the funding is there for those.
Right, but for the others.
So what we always like to do is we'll put out the bid documents so that folks can read about it, and then we have a pre-bid meeting. We had 15 different roofing companies out there a week before last at Graham Middle. They went up on the roof to see what it looked like, to see what they were getting into, to decide if they want to bid.
But I guess I'm talking about for the ones that aren't yet funded. What's the timeline
Okay.
for
So
getting the design out and start working on that?
what we'd have to do, if you all approve this 301,980, is we would draw up a contract with our engineering design company. I have to present that to the Board of Education. If they approve it, then that would get the design company started on these 3 roofs. And I would say 6 months, and they'll be coming out of design, hopefully. And then we'd go through the process of putting it out to bid and taking bids, which would be a month. So you'd be sitting about 7 months. And then the backside of that, once someone is approved through the Board of Education, I have to come back and ask for the money here, the funding. But once they're approved, then they've got to start ordering materials. Now, the supply chain is not like it was, and they're telling us there's not a great delay in that. So, I would think they'd be starting in 7 or 8 months.
And these 3 roofs were ones that you had identified as being one of your priorities for this year's funding. Is that fair?
That's right. On the first time I came here and presented, these would have been in the next group of 10. Yes.
Meaning this fiscal year?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Carter.
Is one of the component parts of the request for proposal, or the request for proposal from the engineers, a request for the amount of time it's gonna take them to do that? Are we taking a look at trying to match? One of my concerns is prices constantly going up on materials and workmanship. So the longer we take to get a proposal or get a design, that delays the amount of time before getting a bid, which means our cost is going up to the citizens of Alamance County. Sometimes it seems to me it might make more sense to pay a little bit more to an engineering firm who will get it done quicker than taking one that says it's gonna take 6 to 8 months. I mean,
Yes, sir. I think everyone has plenty of work and they're all backed up and they're juggling multiple jobs. We do have to go through an RFQ process to choose an engineering design firm to meet the Minnie Brooks Act, so that we're hiring based on qualifications, not on price. And this company, this was before I came, but they were chosen through the RFQ process. So the best practice that I've been advised on is you choose one, but some school systems may choose two firms to engage with for just what you're saying.
are these schools that are, where we've had problems? I know that, I think Mr. Bass his team was in here during the rainstorm about a week and a half ago, was observing how many schools we have with water coming in through the roofs. Are these 3 schools where that's part of the problem too?
Western Middle consistently has water coming down in the middle portion of the building that needs to be re-roofed. We've got a pretty good patch on B. Everett Jordan that we just did pull out a bunch of carpet this summer that needed to be pulled out because it had been wet before, and the patch is not going to hold forever. So there was quite a bit coming in B. Everett Jordan before. A lot of times you get lucky and you get a good patch on and you think problem's solved, but problem is not solved. And then Western High has lots of water coming in, really all over.
Having done a lot of financing for construction industry, I know that you don't want multiple layers of a roof, but you can't, the truss system typically can't support but so much weight. So if you add 3, 4 layers, or more than 2 anyway, it can get extremely heavy and cause problems for the infrastructure. So I understand that, but it just bothers me that it's taking us that long to get something done.
I'm glad to talk to the engineering company and see how they can push.
So actually, I'm gonna go next and leave you last if you don't mind. Mr. Turner, I want to thank you for spelling out with Mr. Hook what the draft and all this design work is about. When I replaced my roof at my law office here in Graham, I called 3 roofers, got 3 bids, and it was done. No designs, whatever. I now understand because you have different roofs, different layers, and multiple layers, why the design is now necessary. And I really didn't understand that fully until today. But I agree with the other folks, Ms. Thompson, Mr. Turner, Mr. Carter. I'm just, why it takes so long to get a design. And I would encourage you to look at, well, particularly, there's some folks that we've talked to in preparation of our many hearings that we've had, to look at more than one design company, more than one engineering company, and see if we can get some proposals both time-wise and bid-wise, but I encourage you to use the best as opposed to necessarily the quickest or the cheapest. North Carolina general statutes encourage cheapest, but they also have proposals in those cheapest that it's got to be one that's qualified and can meet the needs. So you and Dr. Butler, I saw here somewhere just a minute ago, you don't have to pick just the cheapest. I would encourage you to pick the best. And the time frame, 7 months to even get bids, just a lot of mold, a lot of mildew, a lot of water in 7 months.
Yes.
I would really encourage you to do it quicker. Mr. Lashley.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Hook, for being here tonight. Really do appreciate your presentation. I just want to ask you a particular question. Are you required by statutory laws to do this design process you speak of?
Well, I think when I can't say for sure that we are. I think where we are is we want to make sure we have an engineer's stamp on our construction projects so that we know we're doing the right thing, and that it's more of a liability issue. We want to make sure that it's been designed, and then as we bid it out, then the engineers are matching their work to the design. So then when we get the 20-year warranty, it's all tied together.
Okay, because I was just, Mr. Carter, when he asked that question about time frame, I'm just curious why the 7 month, it takes 7 months to do this. If you have the engineering firm there, the 7 months seems like an inordinate amount of time. And I just want to make sure that there's no statutory limitations here. Like, you're going through the design phase because you think it's the most prudent way to go?
Yes, sir.
Have we ever done the school roofs without a design phase?
I can't say.
Because 7 months, when you have water coming in,
Yes, sir.
we may be revisiting what we just came from, if that's the case. I do want to ask you a particular question about your request. Reading here, correct me if I'm wrong, it says you're going to use school capital reserve fund to the school capital project fund, and this is the key part I want to focus on, to amend, to amend the budget for roofing design fees. I guess my question to you is, what are you amending? Was there another request prior to this for these?
No, I think that's just the way it was typed on the agenda.
Yes, that is to amend our school's capital project fund.
Thank you. Okay, because we're just going to amend that. Okay. I'm good.
Can I just say one more thing? Amend, is that what it means?
It's a D-U-O means
Okay.
do ask that question.
Okay. Looks like a chicken to me. I just have a couple of things. Elon, when we did Elon Elementary, we did public-private partnership, Elon University, Samet, we did all that. And we really had a lot of help in the legislature down in Raleigh to do that. Saved us millions of dollars to build a school that way. This is like a major crisis. You know, we've had this hurricane without any wind. And is there any way that we can really utilize that help to get this done faster? Because like my partners are saying here, if we wait, we gotta do it right, but if we wait, we're just asking for the very same thing to happen, because we're not even really healed yet. We're just now starting to get the scab on this. Satan. And so anyway, I look at this and we just cannot redo this again. I don't think the county can emotionally handle being out of school again. They can't. This has been like a COVID hangover. I kid you not. And I hear all this. I just want to make sure that we're going to do whatever we can as fast. And the swimming pools on the roof in Grand Middle, how old is the roof with the swimming pools that you were talking about, the little water stand and all that? That's the second roof on that, and how old is that roof?
That roof would have been 3 to 5 years ago.
Okay, was there any kind of warranty?
Well, the warranty would cover leaks, and so going back to the design, this time we're being careful to make sure it's a level design. We could have done a cheaper design, a more inexpensive design on this Phase 2 at Grand Middle, and not been concerned about how level the complete roof is if we were willing to accept the ponding.
But what I'm saying, why is that our fault that the roof was put on and there's areas like that we didn't ask for them to be that way?
Well, this was in prior years, but we bought a membrane roof and put a membrane roof on this surface.
But
And
you
that's-
didn't put the roof on, the roofing company put the roof
Right,
on.
yes, but that's, when you put that on and the engineering design doesn't dictate that you have to get all of that out, then there is no warranty on the ponding. It's very common on our roofs.
But ponding doesn't necessarily mean leaking.
No, it doesn't. It's just, you don't want it.
Right.
But it can
You have
lead
the
to
weight,
Right.
the weight.
It can lead to it.
Did you say that roof was 5 years of age?
I'm thinking 3 to 5. It was prior to my
3 to
time.
5 years of age?
Yeah.
And it's leaking?
No, it's ponding, the other portion, phase 1.
It's warming up. So I'm just, like everybody here, we just cannot go through this again. And time is of the essence. And when I saw how we could build a school faster, working with Elon University to build it and have that public partner, it's so much better. When you get DPI in there, there's a lot of stuff that goes along with it. And I just think we got our own crisis here, and we got to work like we're in the middle of a crisis, because I think we still are, because everybody's just waiting for something to break. And I don't want kids sitting in their classroom watching the water pour out. And I know it happens, it's just what it is. But, time is crucial. I know you know this.
I would like to add more to my explanation of the
Please do.
engineering, because one of the things that we found at Woodlawn, the first one I showed you, the engineering design did not call for the replacement of the roof drains. You get the roof off, you find out they're all rusted out, and that's probably where most of the water was coming from. So now, when we do the engineering design, we're designing in the replacement of the roof drains, because they're metal, and once the water gets in there and rusts, we just found one today at another school at Western High, where it wasn't the roof, it was the roof drain, but people have been up there putting patches on, trying to patch something that didn't need patching. So when you have the engineers come out and do this design, it does stretch out the process, but you're getting a complete package. If you just go out and put a roof on, like if we had done that at Woodlawn, we'd have real problems. Then the other thing that I want to mention too, that we're doing at Graham High, Southern High, some of the first 4 I mentioned, and then at Western High, we are re-engineering the roofs where the span is not too wide. We're converting those to an A-frame metal roof, so they will be timeless. But that does require engineering, because we have to go up and take off the rooftop units, the heat and air, put them on the ground, but then design the right span and everything, so it will be structurally sound, but then not overload the roof.
Mr. Carter?
The overflow that you're talking about into the drains was causing part of the problem with the water coming down behind the front entrance, I believe, wasn't it? Wasn't it where water was coming over the roof?
Which
Down
school
through
are
the
you
drains
referencing?
and then down through between the front entrance steps, down into that basement area that we looked at when I was over there.
Are you talking about Woodlawn or
Western.
Western?
No, excuse me, Williams.
Williams. Yeah, Williams is another story. Williams' roof is really, really good. The basement or the first level is below grade.
Right.
And the staircases can't take the water that gets on the lower staircases comes in through the doorways, and then you have water coming through the crack steps. But that's not a roof issue.
So where are we as far as a redesign and re-engineering of that entrance area so we can keep that water from bleeding through that wall?
Well, that would be another engineering story. You'd have to have a civil engineer, and it's more extensive than it sounds.
Oh, heavens, I know.
Every staircase around Williams, there's so many cracks around the stairs, and they've been caulked in years past, and even up the brick line. But water is, when it lands on the steps, it seeps through the steps, and I don't think in 1949 they put the same kind of waterproofing, if any, that we put now on homes. So there may be none, so the water that leaches through the steps, it leaches on through, and it causes just what we saw. But my assumption is the water, it's not just pushing through and pushing minerals through the brick like we saw. It's also, there's some evaporative process in that basement that
Right.
led to just the things that we saw. So I had an engineer out ironically, a couple of weeks ago to look at just that because I knew it was important. And there are multiple ways to go about that. At Williams, I mean, the best way would be to take all the stairs off and to redo all the French drains, the drainage around,
Right.
because we do have French drains. Water goes in and then it goes right through the wall about 3 feet below grade into the cafeteria at Williams. That's not doorways, that's wall and a French drain. But you'd want to take all the stairs off and then redo the waterproofing and the drainage and then redo all the stairs. There is a less expensive way, and that's where you would coat.
Lots of ladders.
Yeah, but you could put a coating, but it wouldn't be timeless. A coating on the stairs, and it wouldn't be aesthetically the way it is now. It would change that building, but on the front and the back, there's staircases all around. And you
How
have the
many
same
of those
problem.
entrances are there? Those stair entrances?
I really can't say, but I
know
would
there's a
say
bunch.
Upwards of 10.
Go back to Western, redid the roof 3 to 5 years ago, and now it's the metal drains that's causing the leakage, if I understood you correctly.
No, sir. I've kind of bounced around topics. So Woodlawn is the one we just finished redoing, and we had to go back and do change orders and things to put roof drains in that because it wasn't part of the design. When they took the layers off, they realized it was the roof drains. That was the
Why was it
problem.
not seen initially, 3 to 5 years ago?
No, this was,
That was Grand Metal.
yeah, what I was mentioning there.
Confusing too.
Yeah. So I mentioned Western High. We found a roof drain today that was leaking in a section that we were actually trying to patch, and then
So I am right, it was Western Middle with the draining.
yes, but that actually is an old roof though. That roof is probably over 20 years old. They just happened to find a roof drain there. So I've bounced around 3 or 4 different schools. So I
We
know
have
it's-
that effect on people.
Yeah.
Okay,
I have one question.
go ahead.
You're talking about Western High School. I'm just curious by why the things that we're working on Western High School right now isn't included in the bond project, because that's one of the schools that was supplied by your ABSS when this bond was being introduced to the public. And I see roof replacement or repairs where needed. Why doesn't this apply?
Well, I can't say how that decision was made. I think it was 3 years ago.
$12.4 million.
But it is needed.
So in essence, you're telling me that when the ABSS actually told the public that this was gonna be for roof and replacements or repairs, that may not be the case?
And my assumption is they didn't think they had enough in the budget to do that. I think the roofing design, of the actual cost for the roof at Western High is going to end up being around $5 million. That's the amount we requested for Southern High and for Graham High. So I think Western High would be essentially the same. So my gut feel is they didn't think they had enough in the budget to do that. They did the cafeteria and the tech building as part of the bond, but not any of the rest of it.
So, am I free to say that the humidity controls and HVAC upgrades weren't needed as well?
Well, they are needed there.
Absolutely they are.
The new section of the building, I know it got new equipment. I don't know exactly what other equipment was put there, but the areas that need to be redone, need to be redone soon.
Board, I'm gonna make a suggestion. There is so much confusion here. We can't keep A straight from B to C to whatever. We're confusing schools, roofs, HVAC. I think we need a lot of information that we simply do not have at this point. I'm gonna make a motion, that we direct the county staff to issue and vet an RFQ under Article 3D of Chapter 143 of the North Carolina General Statutes for a vendor or vendors to evaluate the need for repair or replacement of roof and HVAC equipment for all buildings owned by the Alamance-Burlington School System. I further move that we use the fund balance to pay for these expenses. That will give us the information that we need. We can expedite. I personally have talked to folks from the state. I've talked to folks out of Guilford County, Orange counties, and so forth, and they're of the opinion we need to do exactly what this motion would require, and gives us, the county, the ability to bring in our own engineers or experts so we can evaluate what is needed and take an action upon it much quicker than 7 months from today. That's my motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Have a second?
Did you just do that motion off the top of your head?
I absolutely read it right off the top of my head.
We got that
I
in an
might have been
email earlier.
prepared. Okay, we have a motion second. Any further discussion on the motion?
So before you go, what kind of time are we talking here?
We are directing the county to expedite this.
What does expedite mean?
Quicker than 7 months?
Okay.
So it's two different things, just to clarify. I think the motion is to do an assessment, an engineering assessment of all facilities. What Mr. Hook is asking for is the design of 3 specific roofs, which comes after an assessment.
That's not before us yet. We have not made a motion as to that, his,
I'm
301,000.
clear on that. I just want to make sure we know that the time frame we're talking about is for 2 different things.
Because that needs to get done, the 300 and something.
Right, the assessment does not, is separate from design work on these 3 roofs.
But if we hire our own firm and get precise information back to us as county commissioners, not filtered through other groups or boards or anything else, then we have the information firsthand and can take action upon it as necessary in cooperation with the school board.
Can I just ask one more thing? Sorry. Has this been discussed with the school board? Have we had any conversation with Dr. Butler or his team? Because I know all this is, we gotta be real strong partners on this. I think that's been a history. We haven't been on the same table at the same time. I think that's crucial. And I'm just wondering, is this the first time Dr. Hook is hearing about this, your motion? Or is this is already, what I'm trying to say is, are we like surprised? Are we doing that now, or were they aware of this, or are we gonna be working collaboratively with them? Because I know we've got a big interest in this to where we wanna know exactly what's going on.
I'll be glad to answer the question.
Well, as soon as I quit talking, you can, Mr. Paisley, so go right ahead.
No, go
I'll
ahead.
wait.
I'm not disturbing you.
No, go ahead.
Are you
I'm
through?
good, yeah, sure.
All right. The first answer as to Dr. Butler, I have not discussed this with him. I didn't know whether I was going to make this motion tonight, but I was prepared in the event that you came before us making requests for design, for whatever, and we still don't know where we are and what the real needs are, and it's going to be 7 months out. That's what caused me to make this motion. And have I talked to Mr. Hook or Dr. Butler about this prior to tonight? Absolutely not.
Okay.
Any further discussion?
Yeah, well, there is an alternative motion right beneath that too, John, that was proposed where we would be looking at our own problems with the county at the same time.
I think that's a mistake at this point. We're looking at millions of dollars. We're not talking about a
I
few
think we're
dollars.
looking at millions of dollars there too.
Well, Mr. Carter, I can actually fill you in a little bit. When Mr. Haygood was here, we took a tour around Alamance County buildings. And I took the opportunity to talk to the gentleman who's head of the county maintenance department. And I asked him to go and take a look at all my buildings that we were responsible for and to give me an update. I said, you can take a week or 2 to get that to me. He did come back to me in 7 days. And he told me that the county buildings were looking at roofs and HVAC, because we had just got a little tinge of the mental health department, $1.7 million for HVAC. Well, seeing how expensive that was, I directed him to go and take a look at our buildings and just give me a once-over, get a once-over on it, and to get back to me and tell me which buildings are in dire straits and which buildings are not. Took him 7 days to go through all our county buildings. And the gentleman came back and said, Mr. Lashley, you don't have to worry about any of your county buildings for a minimum of 5 years. The roofs are good, very good. And even extrapolated it out that almost 65% of our buildings are well with over 10 years before we would have to do roof projects. So just to let you know, the county buildings are taken care of, and I'll just give you an example. Look at the Environmental Health Services building that had a hole in the director's office. The first day that I heard about that, I went there to take a look at it, to make sure that, first of all, that the building was safe. That was the same time in which they were doing renovations. During that time, not only did we fix the hole in the roof, it cost us $90,000, it was done inside of a month, and the roof was put on. A brand new roof was put on because I asked the man to give me a call when that occurred because I wanted to check it out myself, just to see the process and procedure. So just to answer your question, as far as county buildings are concerned, I am completely confident we don't have these problems.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor signify by...
One thing is that, after we vote on this, I do intend, I don't think this motion should cover what Mr. Hook is asking for. So
No, I think they're separate. I agree.
as long as they're separate, then that's,
Yeah.
so your motion is, as I understand it, for the county to hire at the county's expense, an engineer to evaluate roofs, HVACs. You didn't state windows.
I did not.
Of every ABSS school and evaluate its status and report back with dispatch. Is
I
that,
did not include windows in my motion. Are you asking that I amend the motion?
well, I'm interested in Mr. Hook's opinion about whether windows should be part of the evaluation if the objective, as I understand it, would be to prevent water intrusion in the buildings.
Can I make a couple of comments?
Sure.
So, number one, a few weeks ago, I presented to our Board of Education the notion of a capital improvement plan around roofs, which I think is exactly what you're speaking to. And I think that's a great way to go. And then in OSC, we brought this up, and Ms. York had mentioned in the county she was in prior, the county did this for county buildings and school buildings, which I think is a very good idea because it puts us together and collaborating and talking. What I'm really interested in, that the engineer checking everything, whether it's HVAC or roofs and windows, is that it evolve into a capital improvement plan, what needs to be done in year 1 and year 2 and year 3, and then making sure we continually revisit that so that we all know, and it does away with surprises, but we know, and the county knows, and the people know what needs to be done. And the engineer, what I've been told time after time since I've been in this job is an engineer rarely makes a mistake. They're rarely wrong. So we put our trust in the engineer to drive 2 different capital improvement plans, HVAC and roofs. And I think that's good. And it solves a lot of problems and greases the wheels, so to speak.
And windows?
Well, I think the windows are important, and I've spoke about windows to this board and to the Board of Education. And in the joint meeting, what we still have a lot of single pane windows. And so when you put a good HVAC system in and you have single pane windows, you have heat on the outside and cold on the inside, and they're sweating, and you're making mold. You're making humidity.
Let's look at windows.
Yeah, so I think windows is important. I mean, you could do windows. Any of us could go out and look at windows and determine are these good windows or bad windows. You could use an architect to do that. I think in all these cases for windows, HVAC, and roofs, you need an inventory. You need to know how old it is, what kind of problems you're having with it, and that determines when to replace. But I think doing windows in conjunction with HVAC is pretty important because it solves some problems and it helps you to retain what you're actually putting in. And then the other thing, some of the windows we have, you mentioned turretine, we can't get parts for those windows. So when they break, some of them we have to screw them closed because you just can't get parts. And it's not just turretine. There's quite a few schools that still have the single pane windows.
Well, the reason I included roofs and HVAC, those are to me, the most immediate concerns. We can throw in all kinds of things, but I think those are the 2 things that we need information on today.
A quick question for Mr. York, if I may, Mr. Chairman. Do we have a sense of how long it would take to approve a bid on an engineer to do this work? That's the first question. And the second question is there any rough idea on cost?
The statutes would dictate the length of time that we would have to have an RFQ available for, engineering firms to submit bids. I think it's 21 days.
I think we can get it out this week, but it'll be open for 3 weeks.
It requires to be available for about 3 weeks before we can open bids and figure out who.
Would we be in a position perhaps to make a decision by this board on funding at their second October meeting?
We will try. We
We
will
just don't
try.
want to lose time.
We understand that this is a priority and will move expeditiously with this process. We won't sit on it by any means. So-
Could I make one more comment regarding
One more thing with the
Yeah,
Is
on
is
the
there any, I mean,
Process minutes.
does staff have thoughts on including the county or not including the county in this effort?
I
mean,
like
we
the
could move-
idea of trying to get us to a place where we're able to make some decisions based on data supplied by an engineer. The engineer would, boots on the ground, walk all the roofs, view the seams, all of that, so it seems like we'd have some solid data to make decisions on. We hope that there'd be some economies of scale by including all buildings, at one time, but
Is it-
the
is it-
preference of the board is not to include county buildings at this time, then we'll proceed with just the schools.
Is it possible to get, well, we could also delay a decision on the county and move forward on the schools and then have a
Sure.
little bit more information about the schools, which could inform the decision about the county.
Okay.
Okay.
But the economy that she's talking about, I would be willing to amend my motion, if the county manager's requesting, to make it school system and the county buildings. Yeah, that's the only difference.
That would be the recommendation of staff, yes.
All right, then I'll amend my motion. Who made the second?
I did. That's fine.
Oh, you
I
wanted to-
have one last question for
All
Mr.
right,
Hope.
are you willing to amend?
Certainly, that's fine. If staff is in agreement, that's fine.
Go ahead.
Well, I just wanted to, switching gears here. Mr. Hook, I don't really have to tell you this because you probably see it quicker than I do. But I think you're starting to see one particular item that comes in. It's like, this 7 months, it's gonna cost us a lot of money. When I say a lot of money, I've sat in this seat long enough to realize that we get things in front of us that you want to do, and then we, like 5 months later, we get requested for more money to do the same project. I think what we're trying to do is we would like to be able to be a contractor, since you're familiar with those folks, and contract out some of your work. That's my vision, is because if we were the contractors and we were picking the folks to come do these assessments, and we would actually have a little bit tighter grip on how much these things cost us. And what's happening is 6 or 7 months down the road, these costs are getting away from us. Our taxpayers can't make money fast enough to pay for the overruns and the cost of these things. So that's why I want, and Mr. Turner brought this up as well. The time factor is what's getting us. Waiting 7 months for a design fee, and then we all have heard the same exact phrase that comes after that. Well, inflation, supply chain, and this and that and whatnot, and therefore the cost that we initially had in our hands was $2.5 million for a Southern High roof is now requested a year later, another $2.5 million. It's so incredibly difficult to get your hands around it and to be able to manage the cost of these projects. Because like I said, the costs go up faster than my taxpayers can pay the bill. And that's what we're trying to keep from doing again. Because history has a tendency to repeat itself. It's just a different rhythm. So that's what I'm trying to, and just to say to you tonight, is what we're concerned about. We're not concerned about fixing these things. What we're concerned about is being able to control the cost and have a little bit of an inkling of how much it's going to cost. Because I think everybody in here who, they wouldn't put up with this for their own house. If someone tells them it's gonna cost $100 to fix it, and then once the fix is done, that'll be $200. I think that's why people are having a hard time wrapping their hands around the request, because we realize that in the past, these requests have always come back, and it's costing more money. So what we're trying to do, that 6 or 7 months, not only in a building that's, needs repair, 6 or 7 months, the only saving grace you have is you're going into the wintertime. So at least you won't have to worry about mold.
Let me add one more thing to that. I'm gonna be shocked if I vote for another increase or funding of a contract that's open-ended, has no top base, has no cap at all. That to me, I've only practiced law, this October will complete 50 years. I've never told a client that was entering a contract, and we're talking about multi-million-dollar buildings, with no cap on it. That absolutely astounds me that the school system would enter a contract. You've got a floor maybe, but you don't have a ceiling. It just astounds me that you would enter a contract with no ceiling. Sorry. Okay, board, are we ready to take a vote on this motion?
You've already talked me right out of another question, but I can only keep them in my head so long, I think.
Chairman, Mr. Paisley, I wanted to make one more comment, if I may, regarding the RFQ. What we found when we do an RFQ for HVAC is we've been doing it for MEP, mechanical, electrical, and plumbing. We found with what we've been doing and with the ESSER projects, there's a lot of electrical that goes with it, the switch gears and different electrical components that we have that exist now will not run the newer equipment. So I would just say I would put that together with the RFQ. So it was MEP. And then the other thing that I'm interested in, it looks like over time the information that I can pull together, we've done inventories of our boilers and chillers, but we haven't done inventories and capability studies of what's between the vent and the ceiling and the boiler or chiller at the other end, and all of the components and what they can actually do, the dehumidification or other aspects that they can do, and I think that's very important in the study.
Do you have to work with DPI on all of this? Are they a part of this, like approval from them? Or?
Well, yes and no. We don't work directly with them. We have to submit plans, and so the engineering companies will submit on our behalf for all the projects, and then so the DPI engineers, whether it's mechanical, electrical, whichever one, they will judge all aspects of the project, and their engineers will write back to the engineers who are doing the design work for clarification or recommendations to change the design before it's too late and before construction starts. Yeah, so they're really engaging with the engineers.
Okay, thank you.
All right, board, we have a motion pending. I have amended my initial motion to add "and the county." Mr. Lashley has amended his approval and has approved the amended motion. Do I need to read it one last time?
Did we include windows?
We did not. Let's get this thing going. And
Well, that's part of it. Part of the issue, windows.
Well, the existing motion and second is HVAC and roofs for the county school system and the county. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, unanimous. Thank you. Thank you. And we look forward to working with you.
Now we have to.
Now,
Mr. Chairman, before Mr. Hook leaves, there was the matter of the roof design.
no, I was not excusing him.
Oh, I thought you were.
No, I was just saying thank you for the first motion.
I see.
Okay, now, board, we have, Mr. Hook's request for $301,980 for design work on 3 schools.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Any further discussion? The only discussion I'd like to make is, we could postpone this at least to one of our October meetings to see what our folks have told us. And we'll have a lot more information and a lot quicker. And we would have saved potentially $301,000. That's not a lot to some members, but $300,000 to me is a lot of taxpayer money. So I'm just saying, let's be careful with this design, and should our engineers be working with their folks before they do design work?
Just out of curiosity, what are you gonna do about all the water coming out of the ceilings at Western High School while all this is waiting?
Well, we'll continue to patch. We'll continue to find roof drains if we're lucky, and continue to move on, change ceiling tiles as necessary. I mean, it's been that way for quite a while. So I'm not saying more water's coming in than was coming in last month or 6 months ago. It's just coming in.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Mr. Carter.
I did check with Mr. Stevens regarding the use of ABSS capital reserve funds for their portion of the engineering study. So if we're going to do an engineering study independent of them, and we are not going to approve this engineering study, then we ought to reimburse part of our cost from the funds available from their capital reserves. The $301,000 for this piece.
Ms. York.
The request from Mr. Hook for the design work of $301,000 is from their capital reserve.
Right.
The engineering study is gonna exceed what they have in capital reserve.
Sure.
And a study is not typically paid from a capital reserve fund. So we were recommending the use of county fund balance to fund the engineering study. It would
Okay.
be the study that we would have, you know, it would be our study for all of the facilities
So we'd need a budget amendment for that then.
eventually.
Okay. I withdraw my
So
request.
we're gonna pay for something that we are requesting? Okay.
Yes, that's what was recommending.
Quickly, my view on this, Mr. Chairman, is that the $301,980 is not wasted by doing the engineering study that the county would do. This is a design of a roof that must be done regardless as part of the process to fix the roof. So if we delay to make it part of the county's engineering study, it just moves everything back needlessly while we have water coming in schools. And to me, the common sense thing is we've got to act now. We've got to act quickly to make this happen as quickly as possible. And now's the time to do it. I would state that the motion didn't have a source of the funds, and so would just wonder if you meant that would come out of the capital reserves as it was requested.
Well, their request is from capital reserves.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Any other discussion about this motion?
Well, I'm just gonna say this, regardless if we pass this tonight, this not gonna be done past 7 months. And if my math is correctly, that's like next April.
Yeah.
If now is September 9, yeah. So, Mr. Turner, I'm just gonna say, this is not gonna be done like that.
Right.
I can understand you wanting to give them this money. I can understand that, but just to let everyone know, hope everyone's understandable here, it's gonna be 7 months before you get the design phase done. So, I tend to agree with you, Mr. Turner, that they have to get the design fees because they can't do it any other way. And I wish it was not that way, but I don't see any other way around it. I just hope we don't, I mean, I'm taking very good notes, so just keep an eye on these, make sure, I'm gonna keep an eye on these projects. And I may be calling you up to go take a look at them in the future.
Sure, anytime.
Thank you.
Any other discussion? Mr. Carter?
No.
All right. We have a motion pending, we have a second. All in favor of this motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
No.
No. You have 3-2, 2 noes. Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. Okay, we've had a request for a 10-minute recess. We'll be back in 10 minutes, guys. That's good. We're back in order. Okay. Dr. Butler. You're not Dr. Butler.
No, sir, I'm not. Mr. Chairman, County Commissioners, my name
Everybody state your name and your position.
Yes,
We
sir.
know, but
I am. My name is Lowell Rogers. I'm the Deputy Superintendent for Alamance Burlington School System. I do want to share an apology from Dr. Butler. He had to leave urgently. He was ill and didn't feel like he could make it through the presentation. And so to keep you from having to go through that, he left. And I take that as good that he trusts me to make our way through this next item.
let me state, our thoughts and prayers are with him and with your chairman, Sandy
Absolutely.
Graves,
Yes, sir.
who just had surgery.
Yes, she did.
I talked to her on Friday and is doing very, very well, so she told me, and I believe her. So, and several of your board members are present, and we'd like to acknowledge that. Thank you.
Yes. And she's watching this evening, she said, from the couch. But thank you for that very much. So I will try and do my best to make my way through this and answer questions that you may have with the assistance of Mr. Hook. He'll be back up. As of today, 32 ABSS schools have been remediated due to mold. All of our school buildings are open at this time. That's the good news. Full test results have been posted on our website for the public to see. I would like to thank this Board of Commissioners for approving the reallocation of funds to make this cleaning process happen quickly. As of today, almost $20 million have been reallocated for mold remediation. This presentation aims to answer the questions posed to ABSS 2 weeks ago. How will you make sure that mold will not return to our schools? My staff has devised a preventative plan that will be shared tonight. We will focus on the following areas: HVAC, roofs, dehumidification, water intrusion, windows, and staffing. And of course, this presentation was made before the motion was approved this evening. Thank you for that as well. This prevention plan is not an official financial request. This is simply a scenario that provides optimal mold prevention and upkeep of our facilities. Mr. Hook will lead us through these areas. Also with us are 4 employees from our operations divisions. I asked them to attend in case there are specific questions that only those on the front lines will be able to answer. And they are Mr. Jimmy Simmons, our Director of Facilities and Maintenance, Mr. Steve Williams, our Assistant.
Did you have them hold
Oh,
their
I'm
hats
sorry.
over
Yes,
there?
sir. And I believe they haven't made it back in since the recess, but I'm sure they'll be back in. Mr. Steve Williams, sorry about that, our Assistant Maintenance Director, William Carter, our HVAC Controls Technician, and Lauren Williams, our Plumbing Foreman. Mr. Hook, if you'll come forward and take us through our presentation, please.
Just put mine on top of that. Okay. Chairman, Mr. Paisley, Board of Commissioners. This presentation, like Mr. Rogers said, was created before your motion to do a capital improvement plan around HVAC and roofs. I appreciate that plan, and I think it's the right way to go. It's mentioned in this presentation, and I thought we'd be on our own. But like I had said in the previous meeting, this is a good opportunity for us to rise to our goals instead of falling to our habits, and I think the capital improvement plans will help us to break a habit. That's good. So I'll just bounce through this presentation and go from there. So the areas of needs, Mr. Rogers had mentioned these areas: HVAC, roofs, dehumidification, water intrusion, windows, and staffing, several of which were mentioned in the last few minutes tonight. So around HVAC, we currently are understaffed. I've mentioned to both boards in recent weeks, we have 4 staff members who work on HVAC. And we struggle to get around. We're not able to do preventative maintenance. They're running all day, every day, and frequently working weekends and into the night. So this is important. Like Mr. Rogers said, a lot of these things are ideas. This is not a financial ask. We were asked what could be done to prevent getting back in the same situation again. So these are ideas around that. So we're requesting contracted services. We already use contracted services. I had made a note of how much we had actually used around contracted services in the past, and it's really just not enough, but this comes out of our local budget. Last year, for HVAC repair, we used $135,000 in contracted services. Now, that excludes $120,000 that was used to pay a company to put a boiler in. I took that out, a chiller. I took that out because I viewed that as separate. That was a capital replacement that was done out of PAYGO. But if you just looked at the contracted services that we used to supplement our HVAC technicians on staff, we spent roughly $135,000, and we still left a lot of things not working and in misrepair. And so when I came in March, we had a long list of things that were just frankly not working around HVAC, and we started working July 1 when we got new funding. The next item I have on here is exactly what your motion was, contracting with the engineering design firm to do inventory, evaluate our systems, and do a capital improvement plan. And I mentioned on the tail end of that conversation, I was really concerned about everything between the vent in the classroom and the chiller in the yard or the boiler under the building. And so this last point about dehumidification system, that's exactly what I'm talking about. So when the capital improvement plan is done, it's fully evaluating everything, including the capabilities. What will it do other than just providing hot and cold air? So I think that's important, because dehumidifying is going to be part of our combating the return of mold. The next item I have here is roofs. We're understaffed to provide preventive maintenance. We have no one that does preventive maintenance on roofs, and we don't do preventive maintenance. So some of the things around that, just going up on the roof and cleaning off debris, we don't have enough staff to get that done, at least not in a timely manner. Cleaning out gutters. It's common that you'll go by a school and you'll see a plant growing in a gutter. So when we see that, we'll get our ground staff to go out, but we don't staff anyone for preventative maintenance. So one of the things that we think would be important is to have funding to do preventative maintenance. I think I mentioned in the meeting last time I was here that I found that Alamance Community College does just that. They contract with an outside vendor to do preventative maintenance on the roofs. So they would not just get the debris off the roof, but they would inspect seams, joints, all parts of the roof. They would do some sealing if they saw it was necessary, caulking, that kind of thing, but also spot things before they got bad so that we could do some preemptive work to preserve our roofs. So I think that's important. I did get a cost, just a ballpark budget price from one of the companies that we use, and they told me twice a year at all of our sites for $125,000. So that's just a rough ballpark, and that's putting people on the roofs in the fall and in the spring, which would be important times to make sure you get the garbage off. Right. When I say that, I mean leaves and debris. Typically, when I've gone on roofs with our staff to look at HVAC units in the corners, you'll see lots of stuff piled up that's just blown up and off of trees and that kind of thing. So I think that's important. The next thing I have here is exactly what the motion was. It was to do a capital improvement plan. So I'm going to skip that part. But again, I think that was a very good decision. The other item I have here is dehumidification, and here I'm not speaking about the equipment being installed to do the dehumidification, but these would be more of temporary dehumidification, renting or purchasing dehumidifiers to put in schools as needed. I'd mentioned in the meeting the last time I was here is we're not able in all of our classrooms and all of our hallways and all of our schools to read what's the humidity in this building. And I think that's important. We need that, but then when we see something's not quite right, we have two things that we need to do. We need to get our HVAC tech out there to investigate why is the humidity high here and can we do anything. Frankly, we have lots of buildings that the humidity goes up in, but we have no response because the systems that are in place will not dehumidify. And just making it colder doesn't get the moisture out of the air. It just makes cold moisture. So that's one of the problems we have. That would go back to the capital improvement plan. But the other thing that we can do, if we have a fleet of dehumidifiers or access to rental dehumidifiers, then we could put them into places where we know in the summer, and I'm thinking from June on through to this time of year, then we could put portable dehumidifiers in the schools to prevent humidity until HVAC upgrades can be made. So I've got on the list here that ABSS is planning to use the $1 million in ESSER funding. That's what the boards have both spoken about in various meetings, doing another application for that $1 million that I think we viewed it as flex money in the fresh air projects and over in the loss of learning area. But I think the boards have spoken about it enough that and the determination's been made that that money can be used for dehumidification.
And you're buying them.
Well, we haven't made any decisions around buying or renting. I think all options are on the table.
The $1 million number up there, how, it looks like you're planning to use ABSS funding for the $1 million.
Yes, sir.
Is that, you're renting them, for how long? Next 2 months? Is it
Well,
$100,000 a month?
It's funny what you Google when you're trying to learn about humidity. And so I know that humidity starts to tail off in October, as we get through October. And then the least humid month we have is April. And then it starts to tick back up. And that's why I said earlier, June would be the time that we would want to look to put some back into the schools. The number that you actually need, we have lots of them in the school following the cleanup. But I think that we could probably do better with the number that are actually in the buildings if we do some things like putting them in the halls, having teachers leave their doors open when they leave, so that the ones that we do put in the halls will pull from all areas of the building, and be strategic about where we put them and the numbers that we actually need, so that we don't overspend or over purchase. So back to the question, are we renting or purchasing? We could rent through a service contract, which is the quick and easy way to do it. If we do a purchase, then we'd have to follow state purchasing procedures to make a purchase.
Have you checked to find out what the purchase cost would be?
I'll say roughly $2,000 to $4,000, depending on which type you buy. And so the other piece that we would do, whether we bought or rented, is we've talked to our maintenance department. Some of the battle that we've had here recently is they drain into giant trash cans, and then we have to have staff go and dump the cans. But as we've been looking, we can do things with our plumbing department to pipe the water away and get it out of the building. If we thought this was going to be something that we're going to be doing after this October, that's what we would start to do. So we'd have systems in place that would get the water out of the building without using staff labor.
Mr. Chairman, quick question, Mr. Hook. There are 8 schools now where HVAC improvements are underway.
Yes.
That's the $26 million in federal funding that we've talked about.
Yes.
As I understand it, the timeline, contractual timeline to complete that scope of work is mid-September 2024.
Yes, sir.
Is it not possible to try to get the HVAC portion of that scope of work complete by Memorial Day, such that you don't need dehumidifiers in those schools where you've got new HVACs going in? Is it possible to talk to the contractor about either accelerating the timeline in a change order, or just is it possible for them to focus on the HVAC completion itself, to have that complete, so you don't need essentially by next summer you've got new HVACs?
Yes. Well, I can talk to them. Lots of the equipment that's coming in, some of them are getting chillers, some boilers, different kinds of units are coming in. It looked like it was all coming in around February, and then installation would go on, and then through the summer. I can't say what all parts will not be here, but I'm glad to speak to them about accelerating those projects. And I think those are important. ESSER projects do not do complete buildings in all cases, and they really were designed for fresh air, not for dehumidifying. So they all will have some ability to improve conditions, But are they optimal for dehumidifying? No, they're not in all cases. Some are, some are not. So, but we do need to see what we can do to accelerate getting them in.
Back to Ms. Thompson's question about purchase versus leasing, do you have numbers on these two options?
I have some rough numbers. I have rental prices between $890 and $2,400 per unit per month.
Per month.
Per unit per month, which is very expensive. And then I have a rough number of about $2,500 to purchase.
So in 3 months, you could afford to purchase it.
Well, I mean, it's certainly something we'd want to look at. And if we had them and we're going to have to redeploy them after the first year your payback's done. I think that's what you're saying, right? So, I mean, that's certainly something that the district should look at. And just going back to the ESSER projects, you know, they were like 2 years into design and then a year to get them done, or a year and a half, essentially 3-year projects. So having a deployment of portable dehumidifiers is going to be a long-term gig for us.
But you're actually coming into an time, you know, you said like October, so you're coming into a time where you're not going to have a large amount of humidity, and it may save you some money and give you an opportunity to go out there in the marketplace and see what you can pick up.
Yes, sir.
So you do have, this time you have time on your hands.
Mr. Hook, do you have a guy that can fix the dehumidifier if it breaks?
I haven't investigated that. So I don't know what kind of warranty
You know what I'm
comes.
saying, do
I don't know
you?
what
Is
kind
there
of
a guy?
warranty comes with them, but
Okay.
it's certainly something
Everything breaks.
that we would explore. If
Okay.
we're in a rental agreement, we're probably covered, but I would assume that there's some sort of warranty that comes with a purchase.
Okay.
Mr. Turner, you said you were good. I apologize for interrupting your.
Oh, no, that's all. Thank you.
I had a contact that I was talking to about HVAC systems, and he was gonna try and come tonight and make a presentation during our public speaking session. Wasn't able to make it, but he did send me some material on several different processes that will use ultraviolet light and other sources to clean air as it goes through the air handling systems. And I think that's something we might want to look at as well, because from what I understand, some of what they can use in the air handling system can also help to kill mold spores. So I'm going to forward what he sent. He sent it, but he isn't here to present it. So I'll forward that to you guys and to our staff and to my fellow commissioners.
Okay. I have on here the permanent solution is a HVAC capital improvement plan, which is already in process now. The next slide is on water intrusion. I mean, this takes place in different ways. We spoke earlier about Williams, where water is coming in through the walls and the stairs where we have a level below grade. Typically, that's the situation that I see. I had made a note. I've seen it at AO Elementary, where the library is below grade and it's had damage in the past. We've done some grading work there and seem to have control of that. Definitely building below grade is not a good idea, but we have several sites that you go to and you'll see areas that are below grade. That's areas we need to make sure we're keeping an eye on. There's another area at AO Elementary where the water goes down the hill and there are pine trees and the needles fall off the trees and it stops off the drain, and then the water goes under the door because it can't get down the drain. So some of it's simple stuff and other stuff probably not so simple, like the Williams example. We do have some windows in the district here and there that leak water. Those are things that we want to look at. So where we are now with that, just as an aside, is we've really talked to our school administrators. Anything relating to water, make sure you stay on top of it, turn it a work order, and then stay on top of that work order to make sure we get it fixed in a timely manner so we can deal with water before it becomes mold. So I just have some things on here like grading, structural, and windows. Here's a slide about windows. We'd spoken about that earlier. It was not part of the earlier motion, but we do have lots of obsolete inventory that we cannot repair in single pane. So my recommendation there is to contract with an architectural firm just to inventory the windows and determine what we need. But that is something we could also do ourselves in-house, just to know where we need to do window replacements. This slide is about internal staffing.
One question. I think that, do y'all have any of your ARP funds available any longer? Or is it all spent? Because some of ARP funds can be used for windows as well, right?
You mean HRSA?
ESSER funds.
You mean HRSA funds?
URSA, right, excuse me.
Yeah, they're all committed except for the $1 million that I referenced earlier towards potential rental or purchase of dehumidifiers. But we do have in the ESSER projects at the 8 schools that Commissioner Turner had mentioned, window projects as part of those. So at AO Elementary, where they have single panes in the 200s wing, we're replacing those. At Turntine, we can only afford the ones on the front. At Williams, on the front. So it depends on which school you go to and the combination of things they were able to put in there. But those funds will be exhausted, and they're all locked up in the contract. So for internal staffing, one of the things we used to have years ago when we had ABSS custodial staff, we had someone who was called the building manager. And lots of folks here may remember a person that the principal or the teachers would call by name, and that was the building manager. So this is something that we'd like to discuss putting back. There's a cost to staffing all the schools with a building manager, but this would be a person who could be supplemental to our maintenance staff, where we're really struggling to hire HVAC, carpenters, plumbers, and electrical folks. The building manager would be able to do things like change ceiling tiles, or to, if there's a sink leaking or something like that, try to address that before it moves to the maintenance department, but also be aware of things. So typically, in years past, when I worked at Southern Middle School, we had a building manager, and first thing when I would come in, they would tell me which rooms are hot, which rooms are cold, where the lights need to be worked on, different things. They would come in and unlock the doors and survey the building. That was part of their job. And then throughout the day, they were the person who was on call first to take a look at that. That would have to be supplemental to the MFM contract cleaning staff. We'd want to be careful that we didn't mingle this person with the cleaning staff, because then they would have cleaning duties, not building management type duties, which are important. So this is part of the situation we're dealing with now, where you have a wet ceiling tile and you put a work order in for a maintenance department to come out and change 1 or 10 tiles from a leak or something that's happened. They're backed up and they're all over the county, but if we had the building manager, then they would be able to take care of that. But again, there is a cost to that.
Let me slow you down just a little bit.
Yes, sir.
And I'm gonna tell you how old I am. All the schools, when I was in school, 1 through 12, had what we call janitors. And that was really your building maintenance person, I suppose.
Yes, sir.
Title not nearly as fancy, but I would think the same type job. How are you handling cleaning and maintenance and so forth now?
Well, when we went to the contract cleaning, we began to write a cleaning contract, which is just what it says, a cleaning contract.
You've outsourced that job.
We've outsourced that. We have maybe 18 or 19 ABSS custodial staff remaining from years past when we had a completely ABSS employed custodial staff. But now we have more or less fully contract cleaning. And so the cleaning contract is cleaning. It's not sealing tiles, fixing a leaking sink, or things that you might think would come up on a campus, because the cleaning contract is around cleaning. So putting a building manager in place to absorb some of the other functions we see could be.
Who funds these type operations? The old janitor was funded by, I thought, the state back in the day.
This would be from our local funds. The operations department is fully funded, and this would be an operations type
Do you get
job.
any funding for cleaning, maintenance, and things of that sort from somewhere other than the county?
No.
Not at all?
No, sir. So I've got some other items that this person might do. I have assist with health department and fire inspections. We've talked about this in recent weeks. We want the principals to walk with the health inspectors and the fire inspectors, but this person would be able to get ahead of the game. They know what to look for. They know what needs to be fixed to keep it off that list that we've talked about in here. It's on the list time and time again. Or if something's blocking a fire panel and we know that the fire marshal looks for that, then the building manager would look for that. So we think that would be an integral part for them. Cleaning and monitoring the HVAC system. I mentioned earlier, a building manager that I worked with years ago, if I came in, he'd tell me the heat's not, if it's January, the heat's not working in room 302. And so immediately we'd get that in progress with the maintenance department. They would pick up on things ahead of time. And then I have on here changing HVAC filters, which we struggle with our crew of 4 HVAC technicians and more or less 40 sites. You can imagine the situation we're in. When we drop back to change filters, we're not fixing all the breakdowns, so we're in a quandary. And then changing ceiling tiles. The other item I have on here for internal staffing, yes, sir.
In the process of cleaning the buildings, I saw some pictures of some of the filters. They were pretty nasty. Now, this means nobody had cleaned them, it didn't look like in some cases. Are we able to actually identify where we have filters and where they need to be cleaned?
It's interesting you said that, because I was in a conversation earlier today around, knowing where they all are. And we're in a situation now, Mr. Carter, where we have some that are overhead in the air handling units. We have some that are overhead in the classrooms. We have some that are inside of doors on the walls. You can imagine. And so when you're down to 4 people and they're maybe not familiar with where they are and they're sent out to change them, they're likely to miss some.
But in the computer age, surely you got somewhere in a program where these filters are, how many locations. I don't understand why they would miss them in this day and age.
We do order them, and they come in on a truck all at one time, so we know exactly what to order. I'm just saying that I think we're likely to miss some, and I don't think we have what you're speaking to. I think the HVAC tech staff we have, they historically have known where they are, but as they retire and we get down to 4 people, we are struggling. So I also have on here adding back an assistant maintenance director. We used to have 2 maintenance directors, but not long ago when we made some cuts, we had one assistant maintenance director who retired, and we didn't fill that, and we're filling that now. So I have some items on here for what that position might do. Monitoring inspection reports, whether they're health inspection reports or health department or fire marshal, someone following up behind the principals to make sure that the work's getting done from the maintenance department, because a lot of those reports result in work orders. But then the other thing is focusing on managing service contracts. And when I say that, it's not just HVAC repair service contracts or roofing repair service contracts, which those are both very important, but we contract all the mowing service out. We contract our inspection of our septic systems at our rural schools. We contract out the service of our wells and the treatment of our wells. And I could go on with the list of kind of things that we have service contracts for in place, like even cleaning hoods and grease traps for cafeterias. So we have no one really tied to following up with all the service contracts, ensuring that the work is done, and then also collaborating with the folks doing the service contracts to discuss the work.
You need checklists. Carry your car in to have it worked on. They go down a checklist.
Yes, sir.
Sorry.
So I have a page on here for external staffing and support. So desired service contracts. We don't do any preventative maintenance on our HVAC systems, probably other than changing the filters. So I talked to a firm about that just to kind of get a ballpark price on what that would cost. My page is mixed up here. We think it would take roughly $250,000 to $300,000 a year to do preventative maintenance on all of our boilers and chillers. We have about 50 chillers and about 75 boilers in the school system, and they receive no preventative maintenance. So that's one of the areas that we work on. That does not include the fan coils, the rooftop units, and all the things in between the vent and the boilers and chillers. But if we were doing service contracts on those things, hopefully we could extend the lifetime of some of those things and catch some potential breakdowns on the front end before it's too late. Roofing preventative maintenance and on-call repairs. We do not do anything with roofing preventative maintenance. So I had a price, just a figure, I think I'd mentioned this, $125,000 for two visits for preventative maintenance per year per site. So we think that's important as well. We already engage with 2 roofing companies that we sort of split the district for on-call roof repairs. We don't have any roofers that work for the maintenance department. So when we have a roof leak, principals will call that into the maintenance department and put a work order in, but then the maintenance department will put a work order in with one of the 2 roofing companies, and then they will visit the school and try to find the leak and try to patch. One of the things I think that's important is having that assistant maintenance director to be able to be tied to the service contract to go up on the roof with the roofing contractors to go through their due diligence together. I think that's important, and that's a piece we're missing. I brought up earlier today at Western High School, our maintenance director actually joined the roofing company up there because they've been trying to track a roof leak over the library forever, and he found it was a roof drain. And so they're going to fix the roof drain, but he's the one that got them to it. And I think that collaboration piece and tracking where's the water coming from allows us to tie to them a little bit better to make sure the correct work gets done. So what's ironic, when you go up on that roof, you could see lots of patches in the same place where the water was coming from, but the roof drain was right there. So I think that was a win for us today. So the other item I have here, the dehumidification, and we've already spoken about the rental of those things. I think the important piece with those is not just the rental, but the monitoring and the maintenance piece with those during the time that we need to use them. Bruce, I thought I had one more slide. Okay, I think this died. Okay, all right, thank you. So I just put some summary cost information here. I think a lot of this now in the last hour is obsolete because of the motions that were made earlier with the capital improvement plan being driven by the county for HVAC and roofing. But I had some costs here, and you may find them helpful. I had talked to the company that we do our engineering design work with for roofs, and when I spoke to them about doing the inventory and the age and finding all the problems with our roof and then making the capital improvement plan, they suggested between $200,000 and, I'm sorry, that was the HVAC. Roofs was between $250,000 and $300,000 for that capital improvement plan. So that's the number there. I've talked with the HVAC engineering firm about the same thing, a capital improvement plan. And I think they probably undershot these numbers some when you really think about all the rooftop units and the boilers and chillers and all the things that are overhead that you can't see. The company I talked to suggested between $200,000 and $250,000 for developing a capital improvement plan around HVAC. So those numbers, I guess you'll find those. We'll find I've got some suggested numbers here for replacement of HVAC equipment, and this is just a ballpark number. If you were to take 8 schools per year and say we're going to tackle 8 schools per year, I'm just estimating it would take $30 million a year. So maybe that's too much to take on, but I thought I'd bring that number here. The rationale for that is I think we have 8 or so projects on the unfunded list, and that's what that is. The number of schools that we have that we can't control humidity in is a lot higher, obviously, but you can't take them all on at one time. So I think somehow chunking that, but the capital improvement plan would drive that as well. So that information probably is obsolete here in the last hour as well. And then the same for roofing. I estimated if we were going to take on 4 roofs a year, this is outside of the 4 roofs that we have in process, and then the 3 roofs that you all agreed to fund the designing on tonight. If we were going to try to get ahead and do roofing just based on age and the capital improvement plan that's developed, so that we get ahead of them before they leak. I'm just estimating if you wanted to do 3 or 4 a year, it might take you $15 million. That might be a low number. So then the staffing figures, when I reference building managers, if we were to put 41 in, we think it would cost us $2.1 million to fund those positions. And if we were to put an assistant maintenance director in to manage service contracts and follow up with inspection reports and that kind of thing, we think it would cost us $94,000.
Do you guys still do the rotation of painting the schools? Like, was it 5 or 6 years? So many
Well,
rotated?
it was on the PAYGO plan, not any this year, but in future years. And so the way I had put it on there was to tackle hallways before we go back and tackle classrooms, because you can go longer with classrooms, but you want to kind of keep the hallways in good shape. So that might have to be pushed back a little bit.
I know that was so important. That could really make a difference when you're a teacher walking into a brand new painted school. I mean, even no matter how old the school is, it matters that somebody cares enough to paint that building and it looks a whole lot better. Kids take a lot of pride in that. I remember when we did Grand Middle, kids were going, "Don't touch the wall. Keep your pencils away from the wall." Maybe it was like 15 minutes. I'll take 15 minutes, but it really has an effect on the environment. I hate to hear that, because I know Dr. Harrison was real big into doing that rotation. I mean, every little bit helps. This is a whole different ballgame, but I was curious about the painting of the schools. Thank you.
I can summarize by saying that, the current thing we can do right now is the dehumidification, whether it's through rental or purchasing, getting to the time when we can turn the heat on and we don't have to worry about the humidity in the schools, and then continuing to develop that plan on out into next year to be able to tackle that in a timely manner. The other piece that I think is important is the staffing, whether we talk about the building managers or the assistant maintenance director, to pick up in those areas that I mentioned. The roofing and the HVAC is very important, but the capital improvement plan will have to drive that. So that really would come off of what I'm pushing for.
What got us to where we are staffing wise right now? I mean, were we relying on contractors to do work for us, and so we weren't replacing people as they retired or left? Or is it just that hard to find people to do these jobs?
It's that hard to find people to do those jobs. So we would post a job, and this was prior to my time coming, but it's happened since I've been here. In fact, we had a roofing foreman posted for over a year. No applicants. So we just took that down as one of the closed out positions to make some cuts. But we have an HVAC foreman who retired over 2 months ago. No applicants. So electrician, we have 3 electricians. We need more, but there are no applicants.
What is the salary range for an HVAC foreman?
I'll have to defer to Mr. Rogers for that.
I'd hate to give you an estimate on that. It is, so when you look at the market we're in, it is more appealing to go outside of a school district position and when you have that type of skill set. So it's usually the immediate, what we've been able to hold our hat on, I'm putting my HR hat on right now, but what we've been able to really push out there has been the benefits, and that's been pulled back slowly from school districts.
I mean, I work with the community college. I'm on that board of trustees, and I see what we're able to put, what kind of jobs we're able to put people who come through our HVAC training system into, and they're looking at $70,000 to $80,000 a year that they can earn. So, I mean,
Not
these
that
are the
high.
kind of issues we're dealing with, obviously.
Yes, sir.
If we don't, if they can make more in private industry than they can in the schools, some young people coming out of a program are not looking for retirement funds.
They are not. They are not. And in the past, we've been able to attract more veteran, more experienced, like HVAC, I'll use that for an example, that are probably wanting to find something with more of a benefit package.
Right.
That's been lacking in years, and I'm speaking more of a statewide in school districts. It's been lacking being able to get that attraction from qualified candidates, because we benefit from that when they have more experience. And our guests, our four from our maintenance department are here. If you
Beg your pardon?
have any specific, well, the guest I mentioned earlier during my opening, they are here if you have any specific questions for them.
Mr. Knight, just a couple thoughts. Trying to piece this together. This request is an order of magnitude above the capital presentation in April that ABS has provided to the commissioners. What you presented in April, there were 8 roofs on there on request through 2026. There were only 3 roofs. I think the total for the HVACs was 15.6 million over that full time. This is bigger. I understand we've gone through something which makes us look at things again, but my point, and also I have a question about the staffing. I'm wondering if have we been funding staff that is essentially lapsed salary, or have we not been funding staff and cut that out of the ABSS budget? I just don't know. Well, what this tells me is that this plan has not been voted on by your board.
No, sir. And this is just really a point of discussion. We were asked to bring a future forward focused.
Right. So I think, something that changes the status with this amount of change, we really have to follow the processes that we have. It's got to be done through your board. It's got to come through the oversight committee. Staff county staff, ABSS staff has to work together to come up with something reasonable. I think that what we've put in place today or tonight maybe assist with this, but I have a lot of questions that it's too much to get into tonight. But we really need to work through that process before we start putting these kind of numbers out there.
I understand.
Additionally, what I really asked Dr. Butler for was, how are you going to prevent this mold and mildew problem from reoccurring? And I've heard all kinds of suggestions about we need this and we need that and whatever, but who made the decisions to cut off the HVAC in high temperature areas times and cut off the dehumidification? And what are you going to do to correct that problem?
Well, I think what Dr. Butler had us work on was looking ahead to try and to make sure we keep our schools open. That's the business we're in, is to make sure our students are educated, and if there's anything we've learned, as Ms. Thompson said, it's that our students need to be in our buildings. That's where the good work happens, and that's what we need to make sure. And saying that, you mentioned the HVAC being turned off, that's been corrected. That's moving forward, that HVAC staying on as we go through the year. And I think Mr. Hook shared that previously. And then that dehumidification process that's within our HVAC, being able to evaluate that and see what our needs are across the district, which this board is assisting us with, or taking that, which we appreciate that, so we can continue to work together on that. So that's a really big first step with that. But then, I'll use for an example the building managers, just because I looked down and saw it first. Having folks that are in the building that can take care of more of the smaller maintenance issues, and we can utilize our maintenance staff at the district level that can help when larger situations occur, so we can more focus their skill set. But then we have those building managers in place to take care of the immediate needs, or the housekeeping needs of cleaning vents or changing filters and that sort of thing. So I understand what your question is. I do, but I think it does all tie together to make sure this doesn't happen, or we do the best we can to make sure it doesn't happen again.
Would you use the money that you're currently using for outsourcing maintenance, janitorial services, call them whatever you like?
Yes, sir.
For now hiring people, is that where you're headed?
Well, no, we've run a cost estimate and looking at, recently our board had asked about several months ago on what's more cost effective, continue the contract cleaning or hiring in-house custodians, and it was still more cost effective to bring in the contract cleaners. So,
but it's not working. I mean, you can outsource it, But if it doesn't work and we wind up with mold and mildew, then it's not a good idea.
But it's not really the same. They are cleaning. That's truly a cleaning crew, not a maintenance crew, to be able to fix things. So they're still operating within their contract, if you will. So it's two different.
Didn't work, my point.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead.
Whatever you choose.
Well, mine's brief. I just want, on the 11th, I happened to visit a number of schools, as I know some other commissioners did as well. And I went to one school in particular and found out, when I drove up, I was a little shocked, first of all, because the doors were wide open to the school. And I'm thinking, if the HVAC's on, why are the doors open? Well, it turned out the HVAC had been off all night. The school was hot. The teachers were opening doors and windows after we'd had 3 inches of rain the weekend before to try and cool the building down. That was cool that morning, but of course what's happening is you're sucking in humidity while at the same time there were a ton of dehumidifiers running. So I didn't try to get in the middle of it, but I did mention to the principal that it might be a good idea to close it up and let the HVAC system try to do the job. But I know it wasn't probably comfortable, but we just don't need to have HVAC systems going off. I don't know what caused that. It could have been electricity, it could have been, who knows, but.
Yes, sir.
Would the board allow me, what do you say, a privilege, whatever, to ask Mr. Bass to step forward? Because he's on the front lines of all this, and he's been in the buildings. I went to every school, but I stayed in the office. I didn't go further. But I would like to hear from who's the new mold czar, if he would tell us kind of like a sense of reality of where we are now and what we possibly are looking at.
So just real quick synopsis, and I actually have some pictures if y'all want to see. I actually have, if y'all want to see these.
I would.
Yeah.
I would.
I don't know who I'd give them to. I mean, I have, do I need extra? I learned from, somebody said I better bring an extra one or two if I can, but I have one in my briefcase if somebody needs it. But anyway, so while that's coming up, I want to kind of walk you through this, and I think it'll kind of help everybody. So when this started, August 28th, and first off, let me say, this didn't happen over the summer. This problem didn't happen, and you're getting ready to see in these pictures. This didn't happen over the summer, okay? The magnitude of this, so the Alamance-Burleson School District signed my contract Monday, August 28th at 7 o'clock at night. At 7:30, we were rolling semis here, okay? Through midnight or through Monday morning, the 11th, we have over 170,000 personnel hours on this project. Over 36 semis deployed here. Almost 3,000 pieces of equipment, okay? Over 108 dumpsters pulled out of these schools. Okay, let me put that in perspective. If you dump these end to end, it's the equivalent of over 16 football fields long. Okay? Now, a lot of people don't realize that. Now, if you think a football field and you line 16 of them up and you dump these 108 dumpsters right in a row, it's over 16 football fields long. Okay? We cleaned 16 HVAC systems, 13 of them fully, the whole school, 3 of them partial. You were asking about filters, the board's asking about filters. Just in the schools we cleaned, there was over 750 filters replaced. Now you think about your home. You got 1 filter, maybe 2 filters, you change it every quarter. Some of these schools got 90 filters in them. If we can get, actually, if you just want to roll, actually, there's some pictures here I'll show you. So this is what the underside of a table looks like in one of the schools, okay? All right, this didn't come from over the summer. I hate to tell you, this didn't come from over the summer. That's another school with another table, okay? And there's some HVAC photos in here. This is under elementary school table, okay? That's a different school.
So if you notice, it grows inside of cabinets and stuff. All right, so this is the chalkboard that was at Williams High School. Every chalkboard downstairs was just like this. And that, by the way, that chalkboard is asbestos. That's why it had to be done on an asbestos protocol. So that's why every chalkboard had to be. This is in a music department in the elementary school. Okay? They're in the dumpster. They're in the landfill. Okay? This is actually a bathroom in a high school. Okay? This is from the HVAC. So that ceiling tile right there, so when you see a water stain, right, that's the top side. That's the mold on the top side of it. Okay? By the way, we replaced over 7,150 ceiling tiles. Okay? This is actually in a cabinet in the library. This is HVAC, stop right here. So this is an HVAC system. Okay? Now, what would we do if our house looked like this? Okay? This is what happens when filters don't get changed. Okay? And we go to the next one. This is what diffusers look like when we took them out.
What's that?
That's a diffuser. That's a vent.
Gotcha.
I'm sorry.
Gotcha.
So this is the this is the inside of it. Okay? All right, and go to, this is actually yes, this is turn time. I am actually shocked that this system didn't catch on fire. Okay? If you go to the next slide, we raked it out when we took the covers off. I don't know when that school was built, but I don't think the covers have ever been taken off. Okay? This is actually a register from a HVAC that actually has, okay? This is actually the inside of a galvanized unit of a plenum system. There's where a filter goes. That right there is actually a full-blown ductwork, and that's what it looks like. That's another school with a plenum. That's one of the team members scraping out the AHU units, the air handling units. There was so much debris in it, they scrape it out with a shovel. That's actually the unit at turn time. That's actually the units. So I don't want to be the bearer of bad news, but this didn't happen from the summertime. This has been going on. And you know, when you look at it and you say, okay, well, how is the ceiling tiles? When you look at these schools that are missing, 600-700 ceiling tiles that are wet. On Saturday evening, when we experienced this bad rainstorm here, guess what my team had to stop doing? They had to stop cleaning. Guess what they had to do? Strike water, suck water. Southern High School, Western, Eastern, East Lawn. East Lawn, yeah, it's running. That's the one right upside the. The water's running in the building. Guess what we had to do on Sunday when it rained? Same thing. Graham High School, we're in Graham High School having to remove boards per the industrial hygienics protocol, and it's literally raining in the building. Raining, not like drip, drip, like raining. Multiple classrooms, okay? And so we have to stop remediating to get the water out of the building. Then we turn right around and start back. Monday morning, Eastern High School, I have a team of folks, and guess what they're doing there? Cleaning up ceiling tiles that fell in from the rain before the students get there. We're cleaning up ceiling tiles that we just replaced, okay? So I understand how HVAC doesn't help. I can tell you, I don't know what school you're in, but I can tell you, I was in a bunch of schools. You can go down a hallway, and if there's 10 classrooms, 6 of them are cool, 4 of them are 85 degrees. And something's not balanced, okay? Something's not balanced, and it won't work. And so, but when you look at that, it's just, it's tough, okay? The amount of money y'all spent, and here's the thing. So there's actually 12 schools that we only done a partial on, okay? We didn't clean the whole school. We didn't remediate the whole school. No different if you go to the doctor and you're got, shoulder hurt, they don't give an MRI of your whole body. They fix your shoulder. If you go into surgery, they fix your shoulder. Well, we were directed by the industrial hygienist that we needed to do these 4 areas. Well, that's the only areas we've done. So the rest of the school, if it was dirty or dusty, when they come back in Monday, it's dirty and dusty. It wasn't, but it did, you know, the industrial hygienist didn't find any mold, right? So that's why you hear people say, well, the whole school was clean, because we weren't directed. We only done what was affected, okay? Second thing is, we're already having today, we've got schools already calling, that's got mold coming back, that's got dehumidification, but it needs to be in more areas because the roofs are leaking. So, you know, I hate to say it, and actually I will say that I don't know anything about DPI as far as their policies, but I can tell you the third largest roofing company in the United States is located in Raleigh. Matter of fact, he graduated from Wake Forest University. You may have went to school with him. Prentice Baker. Okay, he owns Baker Roofing. They do Vanderbilt. They work in 20-some states.
They did Cummins and Broadview.
Oh, did they?
They were excellent.
Hamlin's another one, huge. But I mean, the amount of stuff that Prentice Baker's team does, they can engineer it, warranty it, and everything, and probably have your estimate in a week and do it. I mean, so I agree. The longer you wait, the 7-8 months on engineering and all that. I mean, the way I look at it is if your personal house had a hole in it and it leaked in your bedroom, I don't think you would wait to call somebody, wait for an engineer to come out, wait for an inspector to come out, then get the engineer to draw it, now it's leaking the whole time, and wait, and it leaks for 7-8 months, and then you call a contractor when you decide which one you're going to use, and they say, well, Commissioner, I got to order the materials. It's going to be 3 or 4 more months. And then, oh, by the way, then we wouldn't do that in our personal homes, right? So I'm just saying that the thought that this come from just turning HVAC off this summer is not applicable. Now, did I tell you it didn't help it? No. But some of this stuff's been here for a long time.
Well, we were told that it happened year after year after year.
Oh, I'm sure it did.
That
But
was not
but what I'm saying is, and that's the other thing is that I just made a note. I had the roofing thing, and then the other one is that mold doesn't happen in the winter. Takes 3 things to grow mold: temperature, moisture, food source. It grows in the winter too. And here's the thing: somebody brought up about windows. I think that was Commissioner Turner. Well, that's spot on, because you go to a school that's got a single pane, even in the winter. You got heat and cold, it'll create moisture. And the summer works the same way, okay? Also in the winter, guess what the human body puts off? Works the same way. So I agree, as you're actually in a point, and I think I kind of related this the last time. You know, this was a plane crash, and you had to triage all the people to see what they had. So now we've got the people stable, but now it's time for the people to get, you know, burn grafts and elective surgeries and stuff like that, because if not, I don't know that you can sustain going down the road you're going, or the school
Let me ask you
district.
this question.
Yes, sir.
We know we have to repair roofs.
Yes, sir.
We've identified that.
Yes, sir.
We know we have to take care of the HVAC. Beyond that, if you were the operations manager, how would you make changes? What are you recommending that we do?
So you got the roofs, you got the HVAC. The next thing is that action, there's got to be some urgency to it. And I'm going to speak on that 2 ways. It takes 2 things to have urgency: either money or people. But guess what? They all come back to money. You either got to have the workforce that can go do it, or you got to have a contract with somebody that can come fix it, right? Them taking it and having the urgency to get that information to somebody doesn't really work if they ain't got nobody to send it to.
What about lack of maintenance and cleanliness?
Well, but cleanliness, here's the thing is that it's the old saying, you get what you pay for, right? You could get somebody to clean your house for $20, but they're only going to sweep the floor and maybe take out the trash, all right? But if you pay somebody to spring clean it and they wipe the baseboards and do all that, you're not going to get that for $20. That is the thing is, the second piece is this preventive maintenance. Just take HVAC, changing filters. There's a lot of counties in the state, school systems, that change filters 4 times a year, every quarter. Do you know what it would take to change almost 2,000 filters every quarter? Mr. Hook could take his whole staff and
Yeah,
couldn't do it
A
in,
lot less than $20 million.
well, but that's, yeah, preventative maintenance stuff. Somebody's got to pay, you see what I'm saying? His whole staff couldn't do that. I mean, so that's the point is that, and then also somebody in preventative maintenance on the HVAC units. Because unfortunately, it's reactive now. We wait till it breaks and then we'll worry about fixing it instead of, are the belts tight? Is the freon levels right? Is the chiller's maintenance? There's a lot of maintenance, no different than your car. If you don't change the oil in your car, how long is it gonna run before you have a problem? I mean, you see what I'm saying? I'm not trying to be combative. I'm just being honest that it takes money and to do that, but the preventative maintenance is a big deal. It's huge, and it's on everything. And when you have a wet ceiling tile, it's a leak from somewhere. It may not be from the roof.
Could be from a pipe.
It could be from a pipe. It could be from a chiller line. It could be from an HVAC, air handling unit has a pan that's got something in it.
Mm-hmm.
It could be from a multitude. And just because you see the leak here doesn't mean that's where it comes from, because water travels by the path of least resistance. So it could be over there. I mean, luckily, Mr. Hook's team, the auditorium flooded at Southern this weekend. Okay? Well, luckily we were there. Okay? Well, guess what happened again yesterday and today, or yesterday? It built up. Well, when they found it, a wind storm had blew one of the big vents off, and it leaked right in it. Okay? And so and I don't think it's just to this county. Okay? So I don't think it's just to this county. A lot of times, we let things go. I mean, you look at some of the roofs at like Southern High School. I mean, I don't know how that roof's got to be. I mean, there's part of it that's new, but I took some aerial video. I mean, part of it looks worse than Interstate I-95 from the top. I mean, it's got so many patches and stuff, and it's wore out. I mean, that roof's got to be 30 years old. Eastern's the same way. Graham. I mean, the ceiling tile counts at some of these places. Like Graham Middle School, Graham High School, Western Alamance, Williams High, Hall River, Hillcrest, Southern, Broadview, Eastern, Everett Jordan, and Cummins. They're in the top 11. I mean, there's a big difference after you go past them. So, but when you look at it and you look at some of these, problems, it comes down to you got to have staff to do it, or you got to have service contracts and you got to hold them to it. We work with a lot of school systems that have HVAC service contracts, and they have somebody to manage them. They change filters every quarter. They do preventative maintenance. They check levels. They do the chillers. They do the boilers. We work with some other ones that have roofing, big roofing companies. This ain't a guy in a truck. This is big roofing companies that can come out. I mean, like they have less than 12-hour turnaround, 18-hour turnaround. You call them, your building's leaking, they're on the way. They're fixing it that night. They have light time. I mean, it's a big difference. But at the end of the day, guess what that has associated with it? A cost. But I can tell you, in the long run, I always tell clients this, you have two things. You have price and you have cost. Price is what you pay today. Cost is what you pay over time. And unfortunately, it caught up. So, but any other questions? I'll be glad to answer.
I got a couple of questions for you,
Okay.
Mr. Bass.
Yes.
Can we, like tomorrow, reach out to Baker
Absolutely.
and Hamlin, you said?
Hamlin Roofing. They're not. They're kind of big. I mean, they're big. I mean, but they're probably not on the same. I mean, Baker Roofing is one of the third largest roofing companies in the United States. I mean, like they deal directly with the factory. That's how they set their prices by the year. So when they pick it up at a distributor, they just use them as a delivery source. And they're headquartered right in Raleigh, right by the farmers market. And like I said, if you look at all the universities around, in multitude of states, Baker Roofing is the one who done it. And they can engineer it, do it, stamp it, warranty it, everything.
And you mentioned something in that same sentence that they could do all this and give you a quote inside a week.
Oh yeah, they can. Oh yeah, these guys are. I mean, but you're dealing on a different level.
Sure.
I mean, but like I said, I don't know the DPI rules, and so I don't know any of that stuff. But I'm just telling you, there's people out there that can make it happen. Mm-hmm. And look, they do it. I mean, like I said, they done Belmont and Vanderbilt in the same time. University. I mean, they do a lot of big complex stuff.
Maybe that's who we should reach out to.
You could get a response. They answer the phones, and I mean, like I said, they've been in business for over 100 years. There's a reason why. I mean, so, and look, there's HVAC companies out there like that too.
Yes.
I mean, they are. There's some big ones here in the state that actually can come in and, I mean, look, I don't know how many square footage the county has, but the school system's got over 3.5 million square foot. I mean, think what it takes as a homeowner to manage 1,000 or 1,500 or 2,000. Imagine 3.5 million square foot. And look, some of the buildings are beautiful, but they are old. I mean, they are. I mean, some built in the 50s and 60s and still have single pane windows and stuff.
And earlier.
Well, I thought Williams was the highest, oldest. Is it?
The oldest.
Well, Turntime's not far behind it. Sylvan
Sylvan is 1927.
Yeah.
That's your old school.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, I was gonna say, I mean, I heard about Williams, that Elvis played there, so I figured out. And actually, honestly, I think my mom went to that concert. Honestly, I do. And so, but yeah, I mean, but you got some of these buildings. I mean, I went to Elon. Man, that school's gorgeous.
Yeah.
I met the principal over there. That school's gorgeous. I mean, look, there's a lot of schools, and I agree with, you know, Commissioner Thompson about the paint. You go in some of these schools that have been painted in the last year. I mean, they don't look bad.
No.
They
But
don't.
isn't it also true that during your going through Williams High School, we found some instances of where the roof wasn't, or the water coming in wasn't taken care of, it was just painted over, which is food for mold?
Absolutely. And it wasn't just Williams.
I know.
That was on a lot of buildings.
And that is like putting a Band-Aid on something.
It absolutely, and the best way I can explain it is if you go and you have a EKG and they figure out you got 2 blockages, and they just put a Band-Aid on your chest and say, good luck. I mean, literally, that's what it is. It doesn't get any better, it gets worse.
Yes.
I mean, some of them pictures you saw were from Williams High School.
Yep.
I mean, so, but there was a lot of other schools that have a problem, you know, and, you know, that it's just painted over or sealed over, and it comes back. I mean, because if you don't fix it, you know, it doesn't, I mean, unfortunately, I think, one, that y'all guys are in a good place now that you've got schools that have been, you know, cleared from the lab. Unfortunately, you're in a catch-22, I think, tonight, figuring out having somebody to do it all. I don't know, like I said, the good thing is I don't deal with statutes and stuff like Miss York and y'all do. But I can tell you, I don't know that I'd be waiting 3 months.
No way.
I don't know if I'd be waiting 3 weeks. When I tell you these buildings are leaking, I'm not talking about a little drip here now. We're talking, they'll fill up a 44-gallon trash can in less than an hour. They're leaking that bad in certain places. So I don't know that I'd be on the phone within the next day finding somebody to come out here. I mean, and some of these guys are big enough, they can have PMs to walk these roofs, just, you know, within 2 days or whatever. I mean, they'll drone shoot them, you know, satellite shoot them, and all of that.
This is a serious crisis.
It is. I mean, it really, really is. And like I said, I don't like to. I mean, I told some of y'all before. I just gonna tell it like it is. I mean, my old man's a retired state trooper, and that's all I ever heard of my whole life. But I can just tell you, time ain't on your side if y'all keep waiting.
Yep.
I can tell you that. You're gonna be in some. I mean, you may be in this shape because honestly, renting dehumidifiers month after month after month after month after month after month, year after year after year after year, is honestly wasting money. Now, maybe in your time frame, you buy them. Maybe that's the deal, and then you can use them for 3 or 4 years and then sell them on govdeals.com. I mean, the counties do that stuff all the time and recoup some of your money. That may be an option for you, right? But I can tell you, renting them month after month for, you know, through the first week of November, and then turn right around. Unfortunately, I have a difference of opinion just because I'm in this industry. I don't know that June's your time frame. You're about 1st of April putting these dehumidifiers back. So now you got April, May, June, July, August, September, October. So now you got 7 months. You only run them, not 5. I mean, you know what I'm saying? I'm just looking at cost. Yeah, it's one big investment up front, but then you own them, you use them until you fix all the stuff, and then sell them. You recoup some of your money back, you know. So that's just. And then if Mr. Hook's department can figure out, you know, how to drain them so they don't have the trash cans. And look, the water collection devices are not the best thing in the world, but I can promise you, you'd rather have the water in them than you had in the building and in the services, because if not, all you got to look at the pictures and you can see where because it's pulling that much water in them buildings.
Well, the school system continues to not change filters, not to clean, we're gonna be back here again next year.
So the only thing I would agree, Mr. Paisley, Chairman Paisley, the only thing I would ask you is that how many people does it take to change 2,000 filters?
I don't know, but I don't think you have, my house, I change filters every quarter.
Yeah, but you only have two
Actually, I do
filters,
have a
not
couple
2,000.
Right.
You have 2 filters, not 2,000. I'm just saying, it takes people and it takes either contracts or people. And unfortunately, I'm not here to defend one side or the other. I'm just telling you, I know what it takes in these buildings, okay? When I'm running over 600 some duct cleaning and HVAC guys, and it's taking them 3-4 days to clean a school because they're that bad, I mean, there's a problem. I mean, and it's got 90 filters in a school. How long would it take to change 90 filters? I mean, 4 people.
If I'm outsourcing all these jobs, maintenance, whatever, and they aren't changing filters as part of that, I'm gonna replace them.
Yeah, but that's not part of the contract. I think is what he
Well, it
said.
needs to be.
Well, here's the thing. So do you want a generalist to do something, a handyman, or do you want a specialist? I'd want an HVAC guy to do mine. I'm just telling you. On my commercial buildings, I'm not gonna have a janitorial service working on my HVAC and preventing and changing filters.
No argument with that whatsoever.
Well, so they're 2 separate things. So somebody that sweeps the floor and mops the floor and carries out the trash and cleans the bathroom is one skill set, right? I want somebody to do my PMs every quarter. I want to make sure my belts are tight, make sure my level. So the contract piece is 2 separate things, okay? So it's 2 separate contracts, 2 separate people. It's just like, you know.
They're doing maintenance outsourcing, and they're doing HVAC outsourcing, and whatever. I think we need to start looking at, not we, but the school board members in this room need to start looking at who's doing the outsourcing, who's actually doing the work.
Yeah, I don't know.
If they're not doing it, they need to be replaced. You don't go month after month or year after year and not change filters. Just one example.
Yeah, I understand.
And HVAC and conduits with those kind of,
Oh, that's just a small portion of the pictures.
yeah, I agree.
I mean-
that should never happen.
But, you know, so here's the thing is, though, if you take it and if the filters are changed, they don't look like that, right? Yeah, they get a little dirty. But over 20, 30 years, I mean, honestly, nobody up here had y'all's ducts cleaned last year in your house or the year before or whatever. But if you change the filters, you don't have that problem, right? But to Mr. Hook's point, they have so many different variations. It's either in the classroom or in the ACH or in this. And, you know, I agree. Should they know where they all are? Yeah, but guess what? That takes time for somebody to put that in there. And unfortunately, and you know, I guess it's difference of actually doing it in concept. So it's easy to do it once you've done it one time, but I don't think that nobody's ever took the time to do it per school on a layout with a Visio drawing to say, here's all the filters, right?
Yeah,
That
but
takes
why
time.
not? That's their job.
Well, I can't answer that. But if they got 5 other HVAC, if that HVAC system is broke at the school that Commissioner Carter was at, so they just continue to map where that's at or go fix that system.
They put a filter in it if it needs a filter more than once every X number of years.
Yeah, I don't know if there's years or months, I don't know.
Well, thank you.
Yep.
I knew that, you know, the serious reality, and sometimes we all need to hear that.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I didn't have any great news. Go ahead.
Quickly, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Bass, do you have an opinion about whether commercial dehumidifiers are available in the market for purchase?
As a normal, at this time of year, no. I mean, the largest manufacturers, but some of the big guys, but the quantity y'all need or the school system needs, most people won't have. But there's a good chance that you could piece them out over through the year, you know, through a year or whatever. But the sheer amount that you need, I mean, it's not 10 or 12 or 15, it's hundreds and hundreds and hundreds that you need. So But to answer your question, if you call somebody right now, it'd be 14, 18 weeks before you could receive it.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry, nothing. I know Corey Bryant told me he had over 100 at Williams.
Williams has 119.
Yeah.
Yes, and they do the cafeteria and twice a day. They do other areas twice a day, and I mean the cafeteria, it'll fill that 44-gallon trash can up in a day. That's how much water it pulls out, and down the hallways and stuff. But that one there is pretty. That school's not bad as far as layout, just because they're all in the hallway. They close the doors for class. End of the day, they leave all the doors open, and it circulates the air. But you know, I get it. Pumping out them trash cans and doing that's not fun. But when you get
44-gallon trash can's not light when it's full of water.
that's right, and so that's what I explained to some of them. You could just take it. I mean, literally, you got some of them that'll have this much water in a day. You just scoop it out. You have to pick it up. I wouldn't let them get over half full because I mean, at 8 pounds a gallon, they get heavy. You know, so they can just scoop it out. But it's just, unfortunately, I think everybody needs to realize that nobody's in a great place yet, and until y'all do this study, if it was my money, I wouldn't wait on the study. I would call a roofing company tomorrow and have some boots on the ground to be fixing some roofs. At least temporary patch them or something, you know, not let them keep leaking like this, you know, so.
Thank you, Mr. Bass. We appreciate it.
But another hour.
Just so the board is aware, I know Mr. Bass, I don't want to take over your presentation, but I know Mr. Bass indicated before he doesn't do statutes and stuff, but I do think that there is a possibility here, when we talked about an RFQ and putting one out, depending on the board's position on whether or not this is a case for a special emergency involving the health and safety of the people or their property, there could be an exemption from the RFQ process. Now, there's no specific limit on how long the RFQ has to be outstanding before we can start to vet it. So we might not be saving a lot of time by doing things that way. We also stand to gain inquiries from interested bidders by doing the RFQ process. So I'm not saying we shouldn't do that, but at the same time, I think that exemption may exist in this circumstance.
I'm going to ask, and I'm going to apologize for I ask this. We're already having commissioners asking for another recess, and we've got another presenter. So I'm going to ask you to kind of pull it together.
Okay, absolutely. I just, you know, I think we've shared a lot this afternoon, this evening.
Can I say something
full
to you?
day.
I asked him to come up because I want everybody in this county who's watching or sitting in this building, and us as well as everybody, to understand what we're really facing with this school
Yes, ma'am.
system. This is not just a Band-Aid. This is a crisis, and we've got to treat it like it's one, because we just have to. No more excuses, no more he, she, whatever point this, nothing. We're at a point now where we have got to go to work and be leaders. And I didn't do that to undermine you, because I'm all about putting it out there. And I know you can handle it. And I just want everybody to know what the school system is really facing. We're all facing it. If you got a kid in the school or a teacher or anybody, they feed everything in this county, our workforce, our everything. And they're that important, and I want them safe, and I want them in school. So sometimes we just have to hear the hard things to get to where we need to be.
Yes, ma'am.
So thank you.
Well, my closing comment, I guess I would say, you know, that we shared this in a goal of trying to work together and look at possible solutions. I feel like our school board has selected a superintendent that's focused on fixing issues, not hiding issues, and that's, you know, that's what we're doing now, is trying to, you know, as we've gone through this, identify areas that we need to do better in, and that's his expectation of his staff. But Dr. Butler is very focused on, you know, moving forward, being solution focused, and getting things fixed so they're right for our staff and our students in our school buildings.
Well, I've said this before, we're all in the same boat.
I bet the ARC had mold. That's all I'm saying. 40 days, 40 nights.
Maybe that's why they used acacia wood, I don't
That's
know.
right.
Quick question while we're still on the topic. Do you plan to take a recess after this?
It's been requested. I'm fine, but
Okay, well, if there's a need, then I'm happy to oblige. But quick question, Mr. Baker, how soon could the county have an RFQ in the world, out in the?
Yeah, we can get it done this week. Leave it open for 2 to 3 weeks. I mean, I'll tell you that I've already spoken with Baker Roofing, had a conversation. They can come do an assessment relatively quickly, relatively inexpensively. It's not an engineered process. So it's just, you're asking for two different things. We can have a roofing company come out, give us a quick assessment. They can tell you what you need to fix. If we're doing an RFQ, it's for an engineer to do a thorough assessment, HVAC and roofs, and prioritize those things. So they're just different things. And I think either one of them is acceptable in the situation.
We can start the ball rolling.
Well, work with me here. Can you, you can have an RFQ in the field in a week.
Yeah.
Can the RFQ process, rather than lasting 2 to 3 weeks, to Mr. Stevens' point, last 1 week? Under this emergency process, is it possible to get, is that sufficient notice for firms to say, I want to participate in this?
Do we
Or is
give
it
Rick a
not?
promotion? Do we give Rick a promotion?
It's just a matter of who can respond and.
We can pare down what we're asking for. Normally, they send us a thick book talking about how great they are. So that takes more than a week probably for them to put together. We can pare down what that is and say we need this immediately.
We don't need the book. What about this? Could we have an expedited process? Come together, get well at our next meeting in 2 weeks. If we don't have sufficient inquiries or bids, we pull back and we expand the thing for the original 2 to 3 weeks. Is there any downside in that?
I can certainly put a pared down RFQ together, make phone calls, and see if we can get some interest, and put it out on the website. It's public, obviously, but see if we can generate some interest. And the firms who would want to do this, I think they know who they are. They can do it. So we can try.
Now, is it possible in addition to that? That's the RFQ for the engineering process. Is it possible under that same scenario to have a second RFQ that is a roof analysis under an expedited procedure that does not involve engineering, but involves hey, this is what you need right now, as a separate, completely different process?
Sure. I don't know that we're gonna need an RFQ for that. We'll have to think about what the dollar figures are gonna be. So we might be able to get away without an RFQ for that.
So we could have an RFQ process under the expedited procedure and the non-RFQ process, both of which we can determine at our next meeting how successful they are and determine which way we can go with a vote.
Yeah. Yeah, we can get some options. I can at least give you prices and timelines for those two. So roofing specialist versus an engineer, I can have those choices available to you. I don't know what kind of responses we'll get from the RFQ, but we can certainly have some information to put you in a better spot than you are today.
And if we have the but if we have the non-RFQ process for just a quick roof analysis, at our next meeting, is it possible to engage with ABSS to assess whether they need a truly engineered process for these 3 roofs that we just talked about earlier in the meeting, or whether the expedited process works better for those things? Is it possible to have that dialogue in 2 weeks?
We'll have that dialogue in 10 minutes, sure.
You say 10 minutes. You
If
go,
we
Brian.
have to take a break, I'll just walk out there.
In your last
That way we
minute.
have all the options available to us in 2 weeks, hopefully. And if we don't, then we know why we don't, and then we can have a discussion again 2 weeks later.
Sure.
I think we as a board are requesting that that be done. Am I
Do we
in
need to
agreement
vote on
without
that?
a vote?
Do we need to vote?
I don't think so.
I think we've received your direction and we'll bring back as much as we can at your next meeting.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think we need a motion.
I don't think we got anybody
We just
disagreeing
need
with
to
us.
direct it and nothing.
I think one thing that might be helpful to me in thinking about whether or not we need an RFQ for any part of this process, there's not, from what I'm finding, a strict standard as to how the special emergency involving the health and safety of the people and their property is assessed. But if the board were to find and make a motion and find by vote that that condition exists here, then that would certainly give a lot of weight to our decision not to use an RFQ as part of the process for soliciting. So with the
But we could
board,
do that in 2 weeks.
Well, it'd be helpful if it happened now in order to give us that top cover for not having done
Right.
the process in a more formal way.
To wait 2 weeks makes it look like it's not that important, right?
Right, but also if we're gonna start soliciting these things immediately, it'd be nice to know what the board's position on that is now. So if the board thinks that this situation is such that it meets that special emergency exception, then if the board were to vote that and say affirmatively, yes, we believe that's the case here, that'd be helpful to us.
But it does not commit us to a project or monies.
I don't think it commits us to anything other than just the ability to pursue bids
Right.
through a non-RFQ process, because that's the exception that exists in the statute.
As our legal counsel, would you, help us put a motion together?
Sure, I'll be happy to do that. So I think that, if the motion were to consider, soliciting work based on the exception in 143-64.31, in instances where there's a special emergency involving the health and safety of the people or their property, and thereby eliminate the requirement for an RFQ process in certain instances, if the board feels that way and wants to vote that, then that would be appropriate.
Mr. Turner, are you making such a motion?
So moved.
I'll
Second.
second.
Oh.
Stop it.
Okay, Pam, you got the second.
Thank you.
Any other discussion? All in favor, signify by saying
Aye.
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 Thank you. I think
Any
that gives us.
opposed?
Oh, sorry.
Thank you, it's unanimous.
We can't be declared a disaster area, although we are.
No.
I mean, really, I'm trying my best to find somebody under a rock to help this.
Right.
We can't.
I don't think that's necessarily where we are.
Okay,
But
okay.
this is gonna help us be able to substantiate the need. If someone questions it later, we'll say we analyzed it, the board approved it. Yes, sir.
All right. I've been threatened within an inch of my life that we will take a 5-minute break. So we're taking a 5-minute, and I'm looking at the clock and I'm not moving. Yes, sir. Thank you.
Good evening, and I'd first like to start with thanking you for inviting me. I feel very privileged to have this opportunity. You hear nothing but demands for money, so I'm going to do things a little differently. I'm going to try to save you money and improve schools at the same time. I've got a clicker here. Let's see if I know how to work it. Oh my. Thank you again. Alamance County is different. Our local government actually is better than most. Our taxes are lower than in nearby counties. You guys, not you personally, but Bill's father, I think, was on the committee when you supported the Rivermill Academy, the Clover Garden Academy, and you guys definitely supported the Unity Global Academy, which unfortunately isn't going to happen. But there is a huge and growing problem, and nobody wants to talk about it. The ABSS schools are low performing and they're getting worse. In spite of management changes, many new board members, 4 superintendents in 5 years, yet 10-year decline continues. Why does nothing change? And I think you know. What is going on in our schools, let's see the things that are upsetting parents. Whole language reading instruction, Common Core, critical race theory, dirty books in the library, gender dysphoria, all of these things. Nobody in the community asked for that. It's coming from somewhere else, and it's happening across the entire country. And parents are fed up, and they're jumping ship, as you will see when I show you the numbers. And these numbers may not be familiar to everybody. That's the ABSS ranking in North Carolina, and you see we started up at about 130, and we're now down to 225, and we managed that decline in about 10 years. Now that ranking is done by the a New York outfit called Public Schools Review. You may not like that, so I'll show you some other information which is generated in North Carolina.
Now, is the baseline here North Carolina schools?
This is the overall ranking of Alamance Burlington schools versus all the school districts in North Carolina, of which there are 321. And I think you will be familiar that there's 119 county and city school districts, and another 208 which are charter schools. So charter schools count as a school district in North Carolina. That's the way the law's written. So you may not like their methodology, but there is confirmation from other sources. This is okay. Now, when we have problems, and every organization is going to have problems. I can't blame the Alamance Burlington schools for having problems, but it's how they solve the problems that matters. So we get a problem with mold, give us 20 million up front and another 47 million per year, and the mold won't come back. Great. Declining performance, academic performance, we want more money. We've got 8 F schools today. We only had 2 in 2018. So I hope you don't ask them to fix that problem, because the price tag will be beyond any imagining. I don't think they'll be able to fix it. We deserve better. I'm speaking from the taxpayer point of view. All you ever hear is the ABSS point of view. It's time to listen to taxpayers. I think you do that, but you're not getting many people showing up here asking you to reduce spending, and I think there should be more. Now, you had people on the school board, on the radio, saying that all their problems come from the fact that they're underfunded. And that's utterly wrong. Take a look at the actual numbers. You've gone up by over 60% in the last 6 years. And the yellow line is the operating budget, and then if you add in the capital funding, you get the purple line at the top. So we're up with very close to 350 million annual spending. Because not all the money is coming from Alamance County, of course. A lot of it's coming from other sources. So I just hope, it really upsets me when the school board starts talking about lack of funding has been the reason they're not improving. It just doesn't hold water. Okay, I was talking about other sources of information on school performance, and this data comes from the Alamance News, and I'm not sure where they get it from, but probably from the North Carolina Department of Public Instruction. And this is showing graduation rates. This is SAT scores. This is, now, the other matter is capital spending. And this particular slide shows the capital spending from July the 1st, 2018 through to June the 30th, 2022, 111 million. That is audited information. And then we had 168 million budgeted. Unfortunately, I can't tell you what the auditor's report is in, but it hasn't been made public. I think we've actually spent about 110 million on capital, but I can't really confirm that. What do we get for that? 1 new school and 8 schools expanded. And during that period, the enrollment fell by 344. So at least our students are failing in a less crowded classroom. Okay, contrast charter schools. June 2018 to 2023, $0 for capital spending. 1 new school, the Alamance Community School, 3 schools expanded. The latest expansion is in Pagetown Road. It cost $20 million, not a penny of it from the Alamance commissioners. So your taxes are not affected by new construction of charter schools. And the enrollment, and it's not just charters, this is home schools, private schools, and charter schools, rose by 1,917 students, not a single dollar of capital spending from the commissioners. So how did the schools get built, private schools and charter schools? Well, private money, not tax money. And the maintenance was paid out of operating funds, as it should be. It's not a capital expense, at least not to most people. Okay, a better future. Rewarding failure makes things worse. So I recommend that you say no to the request for more money from the Alamance Burlington school systems. And they don't need more money, they need more competition. And here's just some ideas, and I don't know if any of them will fly, but we need to look at them. Why not privatize building maintenance? I think I heard something like that as a motion a short while ago, but maybe I was wrong. I think that would be worth looking at. Fund the maintenance out of operating budget. If charter schools can do it, why can't the Alamance Burlington system do it? I'd think you ought to ask them. Could you ask the ABSS to fund its school out of the operating budget the way charter schools do? That's probably a bridge too far, but at least they should think about it. And if they don't want to do it, we can do it for them. I'd be happy to build 3 or 4 new schools and won't charge you a penny. But probably you'd be better off with a much larger organization, you know, like a charter management organization, because they'll have more resources than I have. Will we expand home schools? That's where most of the growth has come from, not charter schools, home schools. Can we expand private schools? Probably. And then charter schools, well, they're not the force they used to be, but they're better than, they do make a contribution. What did I do? I pressed the wrong button? Oh, no. I think I came to my last slide, did I? Maybe. Oh, sorry about that. Oh, that's the first slide. Okay. Well, I want to end on thanking you. We've got a tremendous amount of education reform, and some of it can be traced back to the chairman, John Paisley. He was at a meeting on October the 24th of last year, and he said, you know, the funding should follow the child. And he said, I'm going to talk to the legislative delegation. Well, what followed, I certainly didn't expect. Maybe he expected it, I didn't. But we've got 4 major bills through the legislature. So now expanding charter schools is much easier than it was a year ago. So we need to explore how we can use those new pieces of legislation to create more school capacity and promote school choice. I mean, how can you have school choice if there's only, all you got McDonald's, the Wendy's didn't get built because McDonald's said no. But we need to build alternative schools, other schools, home schools, charter schools, private schools. Now, I gave you a handout which actually is a legal brief, and this is lawyer stuff. I have no idea how much good this is going to do, but I'm asking you sincerely to set up a committee to look into it. And I would volunteer to serve, and I imagine a lot of other people would too. And by February of next year, we could deliver a report which could maybe save this county $100 million, because we could provide school capacity for a lot less than the 5-year plan you're going to get from the Alamance Burlington school system. And it would constitute real competition, and it would be doing things that we've already done before, but just expanding on them. But one thing that isn't on this list here, it doesn't mention House Bill 823. All of these bills help charter schools. The House Bill 823 offers $492 per student as opportunity scholarships, and of course that'll make a huge difference to private schools. Now next year, I hope we're able to find ways to help homeschoolers, things like education savings account. Anyway, I thank you, Chairman, for starting a snowball down a hill that turned into an avalanche, and thank you.
And thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, do we have a motion? I think at this point, we go into closed session, do we not? Or we can go into county attorneys and so forth. Which would you like to do first?
Mr. Chair, I was just gonna say, I'll defer until after the manager presents and after the commissioners make comments, if that'll help things along. I have 2 closed sessions to move, and then after that, nothing. So if we wanna go ahead and do the others first, that might be a good use of our time.
No, I think that's a good move. County attorney is waiving for the county manager.
County manager. I just
That's
wanna.
why I was looking at you.
Okay, you said attorney, so I looked
That was
elsewhere.
waiving.
I wanted to let you all know that we are meeting with the bond rating agencies next week to review our current bond rating and see if there's an opportunity for that to change. And this is in preparation for the issuance of bonds at the end of October for Alamance Community College. So we will let you know how those go. It's quite a process. We had a approximately 4-hour prep meeting today for that. Yeah, it's a lot. That's all I had.
And you're
Thank
still
you.
on the clock.
We're still here.
What'd you do in your spare? No. Yeah, anything else?
No, nothing else. Thank
Okay.
you.
Commissioners, comments?
I don't have any.
How are you? Okay, county attorney.
Oh, all right. So again, I've got 2 closed sessions to move. So the first is pursuant to North Carolina General Statute 143-318.11A4. I ask the board move into closed session to discuss matters relating to the location or expansion of industries or other businesses in the area served by the public body, including agreement on a tentative list of economic development incentives that might be offered by the public body in negotiations. I further move that pursuant to North Carolina General Statute 143-318.11A3, I ask the board to move into closed session to consult with an attorney employed or retained by the public body in order to preserve the attorney-client privilege between the attorney and the public body. The attorney will advise the board on ongoing legal matters, including NAACP et al. V. Alamance County et al. I anticipate no further action after closed sessions.
I so move on both occasions.
Second.
Got a motion in 2 seconds. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Thank you. We're in closed session now. take no action. We closed our closed session in our closed session. And we took no action. Therefore, I'm gonna entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Hey, I'll second.
You guys want to stay later?
I'm up till 4 AM, so it doesn't matter.
All in favor, say aye. And
Aye.
leave.
Aye.